Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all participants and speakers who are joining us at this session. We are about to start the second day of TLDCON conference, the largest regional conference in Eastern Europe and Central Asia that is focused on DNS-related topics and issues. And today we are starting with the session about the DNS abuse, DNS threats, and the ways how to mitigate all of these things. We have our prominent speakers today, and I have to say that today's session is one of the most interesting, to my personal opinion, out of all TLD sessions that we have previously. Today we're going to be covering a lot of different things regarding the DNS abuse, threats, new tendencies and trends, and how to deal with all this. Since all my speakers at the panel are English-speaking speakers, I will be speaking English, but we have a translation. You can clearly understand everything that we say. So let me start. Every year we have a DNS abuse session, and every time we are trying to discuss not only trends, but to cover the current work that is done by different stakeholders. This is the way to understand and maybe to make a kind of prognosis, kind of forecast about what to expect tomorrow. So first, let me welcome Grammy Bunton from DNS Abuse Institute. This is quite a new organization, but it already has a very loud and huge name, very well recognizable in a world, in a DNS community. And to Grammy, would you be so kind to show us and to tell us anything about the modern trends? Would you be so kind to make a brief overview of modern DNS abuse trends?
I'd be very happy to. Thank you. Thank you for having me. So my name is Graham Bunton. I'm the director of the DNS Abuse Institute. I'm based out of Toronto, Canada. I guess technically the DNS Abuse Institute is out of Virginia, but I think of it mostly here in my home office. Before I get into my sort of brief presentation on sort of the trends and overview of DNS abuse and how we measure it, briefly, the Institute is funded by Public Interest Registry, who run .org, as both them and I, in my previous work in the registrar community, really, developed some frustrations with the sort of collective action problem of online harms, and really saw that there was a need for collective action and coordinated action within the DNS on these harms. And the best way to do that was to stand up a new organization, and that's the DNS Abuse Institute. So here we are. I'm going to share my screen because I've got a little bit of a presentation ready to go here. And let's do that. And let's make sure that this is presenting. There we go. Nope, wrong button. There we go. Okay. Apologies. 3 a.m. is not my best and shiniest time. So first of all, let's sort of define what we're talking about, or at least what the Institute is talking about. And this is a topic that at least the ICANN community, the generic TLD community, spends a lot of time wringing their hands about. The Institute, as well as most ICANN contracted parties, have a pretty set definition of DNS abuse now. And it's really sort of at a macro level, it's a set of online harms where the DNS is integral and they're reasonably resolved at the level of the DNS. And if you're really interested in mucking around in ways of defining DNS abuse, I've got a pretty good blog post over at Circle ID, also on the Institute's website, dnsabuseinstitute.org, that goes into this in some detail. Please give it a read. I'd love feedback on that. But we define this as malware, botnets, farming, phishing, and spam, but spam really only where it's a vehicle for the other preceding harms. So reasonably constrained, reasonably well defined. There's some muckiness on the edges, but by and large, most of us know what we're talking about there. You'll note there's really no content-related harms in here, or at least trying to stay away from content-related harms. Keep them technical and related to the DNS. This is sort of the crux of the presentation, though. How is DNS abuse measured? Before we go into the trends, we need to understand how we're getting there. The short answer is really not very well. There's a couple different ways people are coming at this problem. ICANN has its Domain Abuse Activity Reporting System, DAR. You might hear that come up a little bit. It is a platform that they built a number of years ago, not too many, 3 or 4. It is technically proficient, but those reports lack transparency and detail, and so they don't really tell you a lot about what's going on. They don't list abuse by registrar or by TLD. And so they're pretty opaque, and that causes issues within the ICANN community. There is also the source of reputation block lists. These are the RBLs that are produced by a number of different entities like Serval and Spamhaus are 2 of the big ones. There are many, and people use those as tools as well as a mechanism to measure DNS abuse. And in fact, the DAR platform consumes a number of different RBLs, aggregates them, and uses them to determine what's abusive or not. There's some real issues in using RBLs, and though don't hear me say that they are bad, they are a very useful tool, but there are issues of cross-pollination at the top end, so that domains may show up on multiple lists but have a single source, and so trying to determine that a domain is extra harmful because it's showing up in multiple places is not necessarily true. RBL providers or RBLs in general are produced for network protection, not for abuse mitigation, and consequently have different risk tolerances for false positives, and that impacts the way they're built, and it impacts how we use them. So they're often unevidenced. And so if you're trying to say, is this domain abusive on my platform, you're just getting a name, and you're not getting enough information to reasonably do something with that. There's sort of I like to talk about this because I find it very interesting. RBL providers have a commercial interest in telling you that the internet is really bad because then you will pay for their services. And so we end up with a real sort of incentive disconnect between what registries and registrars and players in the DNS industry need and want, and what RBLs are interested in selling and providing. And that causes a bunch of tension and conflict. There's some anti-cybercrime orgs like APWG and MOG, Anti-Phishing Working Group, and the Malware Messaging and Mobile Working Group that are produce reports on the state of DNS abuse, and the sort of general trends I'm going to talk about in a moment are drawn from these at a very high level. But none of this, aside from DAR, really gives you a good overview of what's happening in the space. For the Institute, where I'm standing up an organization where trying to measure this across the ecosystem and trying to be like a credible authority on this issue, we came to the place that we need to build our own measurement platform. And so we're working on rolling out something that we call the DNS Abuse Institute's intelligence platform that's going to be akin to ICANN's DAR, but with more specificity, more detail, more transparency, better, more usable reports that hopefully will be transformative for the industry and really let us understand where abuse is happening, who it's happening to, and allow people to be able to take actions from that information. So that's quite a bit of context. I've gone into some of the difficulties in measurement already. There's the different definitions. a lot of people treat just plain spam as abusive and not necessarily the definition that we've adopted, which is spam only where it's serving, phishing and malware. Different methodologies in data collection or measurement. Access to data turns out to present a real problem. Non-standard WHOIS RDAP implementations in some registries, especially in the CC community, don't offer those at all. Rate limiting is a real factor. And then we get into detection and adaptation by criminals who are trying to, do more abusive things, but slip under the radar and trying not to be detected by the various RBLs or other methodologies. And so there's a constant cat and mouse game being played there as well. So where are we at with all of that context? There's currently, as per the VeriSign domain name industry brief paper, about 367 million domain names on the internet, which is an awful lot. DAR, the ICANN's platform, sees about 208 million names, and they're really focused on the gTLD community, of course, but there are some ccTLDs in their platform where those CCs have chosen to participate. They see on a monthly level somewhere between 800,000 and a million abusive domain names. That's most of that 800,000 to a million names is about 80% spam for their platform, somewhere 80 to 90. It's 80 for legacy TLDs, ComNet, org, info, biz, 90% give or take for new gTLDs. So the good news from that is a relatively small number, especially if you're excluding generic spam from that, both in absolute and relative terms. That's great. The bad is that it's going up. And broadly speaking, that's the trends. If you're looking at the DAR reports, if you're looking at reports from APWG, if you're looking at Spam House's reporting, by and large, abuse is on a generic trend up. It's not a super steep ramp necessarily, but it is what we're seeing. And then there's a huge gap between what DAR is seeing and what all of the domains that exist on the internet are, and that's that huge data collection problem that we just don't know what's happening. And there's no easy way to bridge the gap between some of these reports, like from APWG and from DAR. So we really can only speak in very broad terms about the state of DNS abuse, and it's pretty difficult to have that coherent picture. It's really hard, though, to dig into any of these different sources and come away with a particularly rosy view. There is more harms on the internet. They are going up. We probably need to do something about it. And a couple last thoughts. Hopefully this is some good and useful context for the other speakers going forward. Abuse is increasing. And it's probably time, especially for someone like the Institute, to begin offering tools and resources and approaches to addressing these online harms. And the Institute's going to be producing educational resources that will definitely look to be translated into more than just English, make them available to communities like this one. Looking at abuse reporting tools to help out registries and registrars get abuse reports that are actually useful, that are actionable, and not just a name on an RBL. And then, a project to better understand what is happening in the space and build some better reporting. At a macro level, the global pandemic that we've all been stuck in for the past 18 months really forced a lot of small businesses online. It forced people to have to find online services more than they ever have, and correspondingly, criminals are exploiting that trend. And that's also made governments, law enforcement, and regulators pay more attention. And that's part of the reason, I think, why we are seeing such an interest in DNS abuse lately, for better or for worse. People are looking at the industry, people are looking at what we're doing, and it's time, I think, to raise all of our games in how we're addressing abuse issues. And the very last thought I've got here is counting domain names and counting abusive domain names is really an abstraction. It is the best way we've got to measure these online harms right now, but it's really not a great way of trying to understand real impacts on real people and real businesses that cost them money, time, and heartache, and like present real problems for the way people try and exist online. And it's always worth remembering that there's that real distinction between it's just a domain name and then someone's impacted by it. And a single name can cause, a broad array of harms that are, really destabilizing across the entire internet ecosystem. So a count of names, remember it's an abstraction for a real problem that hurts real people. And I think we've only got 10 minutes, so I'll stop there, and hopefully that provides some nice context for the rest of our speakers today. Thank you very kindly.
Presentation, a very general view of what is coming on. We will leave the question and answers till the end of the session. And now, very short comment and very short question to you, Grammy. You told about the DNS abuse is increasing. And last session, last year, during the DNS abuse session, we were discussing the DNS abuse framework, the document that is quite common documents, very well known to different speakers, and we have different definitions of DNS abuse. So what's new in compared to previous documents, that now we have farming and now we have spam in that part that contributes to malware distribution, botnets, and so on. So that's kind of evolution of our understanding what DNS abuse is. What's your, since you have a very general observation, my question is complements your role in this session. What's your feeling and what's your understanding? Should we expect any other types of cyber threats to be included in this definition? Like anything that is to deal with using DNS for other purposes, like Internet of Things or digital object architecture, something like this. So what's your feeling about it?
Thank you. So I helped write that DNS abuse framework back in my previous job and spent a lot of time on that with Brian Symbolic, who's also on this panel. And I should say that Brian really held the pen on most of it. And so that the definition in that framework is very what I would call categorical. It really lists those subjects. The framework also addresses some content abuses that the Institute isn't going to touch, but aren't, and explicitly in that document, are not included in the definition of DNS abuse. I don't, and I think about this quite a bit, I don't have any new harms that I'm putting into that bucket of DNS abuse. I think it's certainly possible that there are new types of online harms, especially because criminal actors are very innovative. They're going to find new ways to exploit the DNS. And it's certainly not impossible and eventually almost certain that there will be some new category that we need to include in that definition. And that's one of the weaknesses, I think, of having such a clear categorical, these are the types of harms, because as soon as there's a new one, we need to adjust that definition and spend a bunch of time educating people and getting people on board. Is there a different way of coming at a definition of DNS abuse that covers those core harms, but is a bit more flexible in adding new ones? I think possibly, but boy, it's a longer conversation than we probably want to get into here, and is sort of what that blog post I referenced off the top was about. Just like different frameworks for thinking about abuse and the DNS that provide a bit more flexibility and a bit more sophistication in how we define things. Is that sort of a long-winded, helpful answer?
Yes, absolutely. It sounds like a good news that we, good and bad news at the same time. First, we do not expect anything more, but at the same time, we could not predict it at this point, at least. Thank you so much, and let me welcome the second speaker, Patrick Miles, the senior analyst of Center, the Association of CCTLD registries of European region. Patrick will give an overview of the statistics and measures taken by European CCTLDs in DNS abuse. Patrick, please, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hopefully I'm being heard. Shout out if not, and you should see some presentation appearing right now. So thanks for having me. My name is Patrick Miles. As mentioned, I'm a data analyst at Center, the European CCTLD Association, based in Brussels, and I'm in London myself. I'm going to be talking not so much about statistics in DNS abuse, because that was what I was asked to, but we don't actually publish or capture any statistics at center level on DNS abuse. There's several reasons for that, and one of them is that we don't actually have clear formal consensus on definitions of different kinds of DNS abuse in center, and as previously alluded to, that's there's the reasons of the ever-developing landscape of DNS abuse, but also the pretty different views of our membership on how they tackle this subject. But we realize that it's a very, very important topic, and so we deal with it at center level in trying to aggregate the views and approaches of our members. So in this presentation, I'll just give an overview of the approaches to general online content, because the session is about online trust, and DNS abuse is part of that. So to give a sort of a background and a frame of what we're how CCTLDs approach the subject, it's worth remembering that that CCTLDs are DNS infrastructure providers. They work with their local legal framework, which is very, very important to remember, that we are bound by our local national laws. We're not under the provision of ICANN rules, that we organize registration processes only, and that CCTLDs do not host nor transmit any content online. So this is really, really important to remember these sort of these key aspects, and I'm going to mention this paper that is in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen a few times, that came out a few years ago that we put together, called Domain Name Registries and Online Content, which is a very thorough overview of the position of many CCTLDs in Europe. There is a lot of pressure on the DNS industry today in doing something to tackle abuse online, but we must remember that those core principles that that CCTLD registries do not host content. No content passes through the infrastructure. So removing illegal content is really the only effective way to avoid content being accessed. So we do have a few roles though. They are sort of limited based on the capacity of what we're doing in registries. Those are listed there. So one is to identify and contact the registrant. That is something that a CCTLD registry can do and help with. And we can also make it a little bit more difficult to find, for users to find or access content online. But of course, there are limitations there. So blocking domains at registry level may create a false sense of security, because the content is still online and can be found through IP addresses. And so that's not necessarily the best way. So, and there's other circumnavigation techniques that content providers can do just to move the content to other TLDs, for example. So the domain name holder is generally the first person to contact in situations of abusive content being found online. It's worth starting with that avenue with law enforcement, and I'll go into the details about what we do there. So the cornerstone principles that a CCTLD registry has at its disposal is education and awareness raising, firstly. The education and collaboration with authorities, which is usually quite active. And the quality of the registration data is another aspect that we can help with. The establishing of procedures to share registration data with requesting parties with limits on on privacy regulations, and responding to reports of suspicious content, which is done in several cases. In terms of collaboration, I'll just mention that the typical authorities that you might see that we're collaborating with is bodies like the law enforcement bodies, consumer protection authorities, and CSIRT, for example. And we're also in that space working with those authorities to help produce educational materials to help them, for example, understand how the DNS works in policy sector and lawmakers. This area is not always well understood. So we do a lot of work in that, and that's at centre level as well. And we also, of course, rapid response to court orders and releasing of data to police and prosecuting authorities is, of course, something that will act on straight away in most cases there. In terms of education and awareness raising, as you can see here, this is just a big mash of pages and information pages and online courses and practical guides, blogs and articles that CCTLDs from around Europe publish to their national community, to law enforcement and to other authoritative bodies to help understand and raise awareness about the different kinds of abuse out there. And so this is a very important feature that CCTLDs can provide. On terms of quality of registrant data, this is a good technique in dealing with online abuse, because if there is, the bad guys obviously will not generally put their own details in the WHOIS. And so if there is a report on bad abuse relating to a domain name, it can trigger, for example, a bad WHOIS procedure, and a domain can be suspended or removed because of that. The other aspects on helping to improve domain, the quality of the registration data is the national ID system, such as EID, acting on external monitoring by national authorities. And as I mentioned, the procedures based on bad WHOIS following a complaint. So in terms of responding to reports of suspicious content, there's usually a contact point on most registry websites, which can be used to contact the registry. Often there is a deferral to law enforcement. So that's obviously the first avenue to take. Blocking or suspending is really sort of seen as a last point effort in order to combat abusive activity online. In terms of other related security efforts that CCTLDs make, this is not necessarily linked to domain abuse or DNS abuse online, but it is generally indirectly in support of security at CCTLDs. And we obviously have a fairly active security working group in Centre, and there's a lot of best practice sharing. And in some cases, we are sharing statistics on things like what kind of certificates are being implemented at registry level, how many people are using registry lock. We even produced a paper on a white paper on registry lock, defining the key print methods that registry lock is rolled out. There's incentive programs for DNSSEC, and a lot of people obviously offer that. And then not to mention all the security audits going on, both from internals, certificate bodies and governments, so forth. In other aspects of countering abuse, we do from time to time some studies at centre level. And so the most topical one is COVID. So right at the start of the pandemic, we collected names that used a few keywords: COVID, pandemic, virus, and so forth. And we collected a lot of information on the number of domains being registered using those names during particularly the first few months of lockdowns in Europe. And we were able to see the spike there in that little graph there. The numbers were quite small, and as you can see in the bar chart, the domains with COVID terms represent a very tiny proportion of overall new domains being registered at the time, which we further analysed with our community domain crawler that we run within Centre, and we could then go off and analyse and see what those domains were being used for in a technical sense, whether they were resolving pages, whether they had errors, whether they were just parked, and then track them a little bit over time. The result was that there was a very minor influence there, or a minor impact from those domains. But it's just to demonstrate that these are some of the things that we're exploring from time to time in monitoring potential abuse. But going right back to the start, as we don't have the formal definitions, this is a broad area. As Graham mentioned, this is something that we can only speak to at a high level. Although not discounting the fact that our individual members do a lot of work themselves by identifying fake web shops to consuming their own data feeds from Spamhaus or SBL and all the other providers. My own view as a data analyst is that it's a complicated area because of the fact that there are so many different providers of abuse and so many different definitions. And so my thoughts is that those definitions are key to get right first. And so if there are areas that we can explore in Centre, then that's the first thing that I'll be looking at. So there's a few links there. I'll wrap up here. So we have a paper at the bottom there. If you go to the Centre site, you can look up that paper, Domain Name Registries and Online Abuse. It's very, very detailed and thorough. It's highly recommended. There's a couple of blogs there on how we've tackled that COVID abuse study. And then generally some public stats on the Centre Stats public area. We obviously house a lot of data internally, which is for the full membership, but we do host some public data. So I'll leave it there. Hopefully that's given you a bit of an overview of the Centre membership approach to CCTLDs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patrick. And a short follow-up question. The CCTLDs have their specifics, unlike GTLDs, and they are active mostly in their own areas of responsibility. I mean, the country code top-level domain, and they should act accordingly with the local legislation and some other peculiarities of its work. You mentioned that there is a security group in the Centre where all registries could exchange the best practices, but it all has their that's all form of recommendations. Can we talk about some coordinated approaches between different CCTLDs to DNS abuse related things that is coordinated on a central level? Not as the recommendation or not as the just information about what tools do we use and what's our cases, here's the best practices, but something that will be not obligatory, of course. It could not be obligatory for everyone, but at least something that every CCTLD is agreed upon as a common approach to DNS abuse between different countries.
So common approach is often a difficult term when we're talking about lots of different sovereign nations. So this is the first thing that we deal with, and it touches all areas of Centre, that from legal to technical to security. And so getting a common definition of anything is always very difficult. So best practice sharing is a great way of providing value to our members. Having said that, there are some collaborative efforts. For example, I know that some members are participating in the DAR project. And of course, they get their feeds from external sources. So as my own role in Centre, I'm always open to collaborative efforts that can allow for benchmarking, let's say, internally in Centre, providing some aggregated reports, as you probably know. But a harmonized approach to abuse may be a little while off, I would say, although I personally think there's opportunity there. So I might defer to our working group chairs in the security group to determine whether they think this is a good forward approach to more collaboration. But yeah, we have a very active security working group there. I can't really speak for those people that define the agendas there. But yeah, we are always open to this sort of work. So happy to take suggestions, by the way.
Thank you so much, Patrick. So in conscious of time, we will move further. And next, let me invite to our virtual stage Brian Symbolic from Public Internet Registry. As I mentioned earlier, we were discussing the DNS abuse framework last year at the DNS security session, and now I just want to kindly ask Brian to briefly present us the new work that he's involved into. This is the new framework about the very specific type of domains that are generated automatically by special algorithms. Brian, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And can I get a thumbs up from the other panelists? Can you guys see my screen, the slide on? Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. I am Brian Symbolic. I am Vice President and General Counsel at Public Interest Registry. We're the registry operator for the .org top-level domain. And we're pretty active in abuse questions in the GTLD world and also, just sort of across the DNS. But today I'm sort of here in my capacity as the co-chair of the registry stakeholder group, Abuse Working Group. That is a voluntary group of GTLD registry operators, although we have some outreach to CCTLD operators as well, that we try and put together some best practices and keep a regular clip of documentation coming out that help inform registries as well as registrars. We work hand in hand with our registrar colleagues on developing best practices for DNS abuse related questions. And through that work, we had worked with the GAC, the Government Advisory Committee Public Safety Working Group, which is an international consortium of law enforcement. Previously, we've worked with them to put out a document known as the Framework for Registry Operators to Respond to Security Threats. And now we have sort of gotten back together to develop a new framework. Framework seems to be the buzzword for our industry when it comes to dealing with abuse questions. And I only have the one slide. This was a slide that we jointly put together with the GAC Public Safety Working Group to describe what we've done here. So we have developed a framework with law enforcement, registries and law enforcement on domain generating algorithms. DGAs is what you'll hear me refer them to as DGAs, associated with malware and botnets. So domain generating algorithms, or DGAs, automatically generate domain names, usually a collection of random letters and numbers, and typically a very long string. And what this DGA does is it allows, typically associated with a command and control botnet, it allows the bad guy to, in an algorithmic way, automatically register domain names that then, once the algorithm runs, periodically register and have those domain names be the central point of a command and control botnet. And then once infected computers go out to check query that domain name, that's when the bad stuff happens. It's a very tricky sort of subset of DNS abuse because, as my friends in the law enforcement world have described this, DGAs are what you call low frequency, high impact instances of DNS abuse. So you might only come across a handful of domain generating algorithms a year. But some famous ones are the CryptoLocker DGA from 2008, Game Over Zeus, and Conficker in 2008, CryptoLocker and Game Over Zeus in 2014, 2015, and then the Avalanche botnet is the most recent, most famous DGA. to give you a sense of the scale of the problem, that domain generating algorithm had 800,000 domain names a year associated with it from 2016 through 2019 across 40 different top-level domains. And this isn't an instance that it's limited to GTLDs. It was a pretty equal balance between GTLD and CCTLD registrations in the Avalanche botnet. So that was there was a public prosecutor's office in Germany in coordination with the FBI that in 2016 identified what that algorithm was and then had to coordinate with registries across the world to either create or reserve those domain names all at the exact same time. So there was an immense administrative challenge in doing that because they're talking to public interest registry, they're talking to VeriSign, they're talking to each top level domain that participates. They need to coordinate with that registry operator in advance in order to mitigate the threat associated with that botnet. And so when you talk about on the law enforcement side, there's obvious challenges because it's typically law enforcement in close coordination, often with security researchers that sort of crack the code and identify what that algorithm is. But on the registry side, there are several actions that a registry can take to help mitigate the threat associated with the botnet. Really, and the two central ones are to reserve the domain name. So if the algorithm goes to register a domain name and that domain name is reserved, then the create fails. And so that domain that would have otherwise been put to use in the domain generating algorithm, that create fails. And so the threat is nullified there. And when you do that at scale, essentially you've defeated the entire domain generating algorithm. The other option associated with defeating a DGA is to create the domain name. So again, if the DGA goes to register the name, the create fails because the name's already registered. But the benefit of doing that versus just reserving the domain name is that you can sinkhole the domain so that law enforcement, once they're observing a sinkhole, can help identify who has been infected, essentially the scope of victimization associated with the DGA. So it's very helpful to not just reserve the domain name, but in certain instances identified by law enforcement, actually create the domain name and reserve the domain name. The problem on the GTLD side when you're dealing with something like that is there are actually contractual prohibitions in our agreements with ICANN to do some of this. So registry operators, we're not allowed to serve as our own registrar, to create the domain name without going through an ICANN accredited registrar. So this framework, we brought ICANN in to make sure they were comfortable with this. You can actually go to ICANN as a registry operator and say, we're about to participate in this botnet takedown, essentially, in a DGA mitigation. So we need you to waive two parts of our contract. One, we need permission to be able to register the domain names. But then two, we also, mentioning the scale, it's thousands of domain names that each registry might create. Every time we create a domain name, we have to pay ICANN a fee. So you don't want registry operators in the position that in order to help with this important law enforcement initiative, we have to pay hundreds or thousands of dollars depending on the scale. So ICANN has always been very happy to waive any fees associated with a domain generating algorithm. So the framework has a model sort of waiver that registry operators can use and go to ICANN and say, hey, we want to do this. We don't want to have to pay fees and we don't want to violate our contracts by doing this create. And the thing that's unique about the model waiver that we've included here is that it's, quote, evergreen. Because oftentimes when you go to ICANN to ask for a contractual waiver, the usual process is that you have to hand them a court order each time, or tell them there's a court order associated with the takedown each time. And so the way that we've structured this, and again, kudos to ICANN for being flexible in its approach, is that this model waiver that's included in the framework really allows the registry to ask that permission once, keep ICANN informed, but not have to continually go back and forth with ICANN to ask for permission each time it mitigates a threat associated with a DGA. So that really, the last thing I would touch on in the framework itself, again, this is separate from the framework to address abuse. This is the framework to address DGAs, is that it really tries to encourage that voluntary good faith relationship between the registry operator and its national law enforcement agency, in the sense that oftentimes, the default position of most registry operators is to say, get me a court order for anything you need us to do. With these sort of very, very technical harms that are very actual, true DNS security issues, it tries to foster an environment where there might be, the registry feels empowered to mitigate that threat without always requiring a court order. There are, of course, going to be times where that's a court order, it just has to happen if it relates to already created names, valuable names, things like that. But it does specifically contemplate that a registry operator might be in a position to help mitigate a DGA without saying, get me a court order first. So I'm happy to take any questions on the work on this framework, the framework to address abuse, PIR's own anti-abuse practices, or the work of the registry stakeholder abuse group. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brian. This is really interesting topic, one of the most interesting to my personal opinion, actually. And yes, I've heard about some cases when relatively small registries had to pre-register a huge number of domain names that could even exceed the number of domain names registered by ordinary users, and it's definitely a financial and technical and operation challenge that we all face. I can see a lot of cases in CCTLD registries both, and it's quite, the numbers are fantastic. So just a small follow-up question, setting conscious of time, I kindly ask all other other participants to answer within 1 minute or something like that, so we can move further. Again, last year we were discussing the DNS abuse framework, and we were discussing the domain names associated with the malware and botnets and related topics. Without mentioning specifically, are those domains registered in a traditional way, or are they generated by algorithms? So why do we need any specific documents for these type of the domains? This just because of the technical, differences or administrative differences of those financial challenges that we mentioned. Why we need these specific documents that is different from the other one?
It's a great question. The issue, and I think the answer is sort of what you were describing in the lead up, is that for a registry operator, I can recall the first time a DGA came across my desk, and I was just like, what the hell do I do with this? This is so, it was daunting. It was daunting. And luckily I reached out to ICANN, helped coordinate what, appropriate responses, things like that are, because the scale of work and coordination to address a DGA or a botnet, that a large scale botnet is much, much greater than dealing with individual phishing domains, even phishing campaigns. So especially in the GTLD world, it requires that permission from ICANN. It requires, you almost sort of, when you're dealing with a DGA, you really need many, many business days lead-in advance notice, because you need to work backwards. You need to get that permission. You need to have the actual mitigation queued up in your system. So the short answer is there's a lot more work, and it's very daunting the first time a registry operator is faced with the DGA. So this is meant to be guidance for that registry operator that maybe has never dealt with this before. And we think that it's also helpful in the CCTLD world too. It's not just for GTLD registry operators. So I'd encourage anyone in the CC world, if you have not dealt with a DGA before, hopefully this document is helpful for you too.
Thank you so much. Quite clear now. So moving on, and we are going to touch another great topic, actually. we all deal with huge numbers of domains, and sometimes it's not enough to just invite more people to understand anything about how domain names work and how to understand whether this domain is the malicious domain or not. And we are trying to involve different new tools like artificial intelligence. So let me welcome the next speaker. This is Jory Ipagire. Please forgive me if I spell your name wrong. Who will from Yorit, who will tell us about how they at least try to use artificial intelligence for those purposes. Jory, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for inviting me to this session. As you said, I'm Jordi Parreira, Innovation Manager at URIT, the registry that manages the .eu domain name. So, well, as many registries at URIT, the .eu registry, we use, amongst other technologies, artificial intelligence to detect allegedly suspicious registrations of domains. And I say allegedly because, well, regardless of our opinion, we are a registry, we are not the experts, we are not a cybersecurity company, so we may have an opinion, and that's what we think. I mean, that's what we pass around, and that's what we detect there, right? So what we do is that we try to detect them, try to avoid as much as possible that they get into that zone, and if they get into that zone, find them and report them internally. So we start our own checks about the data on the WHOIS database, so the who is the registrar and so, but also we report them to other instances, as we will see later on. Using artificial intelligence implies that we have to find and prepare data models to train our systems, okay? Now we have to give examples. We have to show the system how to identify one of those cases. So what we do is that one of our sources is to use the data on domains that cybersecurity professionals have decided that they are abusive. Okay, they do a critical part of this task, which is confirming is that domain that, well, someone thought or maybe nobody discovered that was around is or is not abusive. And well, we use that, different sources, as have been mentioned there, okay, Spamhaus and others, to fit our systems. So the systems are trained, they understand how that domain with those characteristics was abusive in the past, and they try to find similar things. But, well, as this is not a quiet industry, we need to adapt to those changes. As we mentioned previously, that the strategies of the abusers change, so we need to tackle them and to do something on that. So what we do is that we regularly retrain our systems in different short and long periods and intervals, okay, because, well, there are different campaigns and different strategies and so. And, well, we also try to train the system not just with what the professional said, but with other sources, or identifying things that we see at the post delegation, right? I will explain that in a moment. One interesting point of using artificial intelligence at pre-delegation, that is before the domain gets into the zone, okay, we receive the petition of registration, the domain is registered, it belongs to that registrant, but is not yet added into the zone. So in that moment there, okay, we have two advantages, or at least two advantages. One is that if the domain is really suspicious, it's not activated, it cannot be used, okay? And we are asking the registrant to provide the proof of its identity. In addition, we have some time, okay, it's usually 3 days, but can be more or so, to pass that domain name to professionals, okay, what you said previously. So they have also time to find out if there are correlations with other cases in the past and so. So this is maybe the best way, okay, as the domain is registered, but if it's deemed to be suspicious, it does not get into the root, is not available, so we cannot do any harm there. One interesting point about measuring how good are we on that is that when we started to run the artificial intelligence module at pre-delegation as a test, okay, so the domains were registered, we checked, but the domain was delegated, we had metrics of the success because those domains that were delegated and were abusive were later on detected by cybersecurity companies, and they closed the loop, and we could understand, okay, yeah, we detected something that was found later on as abusive or not or so. But the point and the funny thing here is that as soon as we put the system into production, those domains that are abusive will never get into the zone and will never be active. So will never be detected by the professionals. So the loop is not closed anymore. So that somehow breaks a little bit our metrics, and we cannot count on those old metrics anymore. We have to find new metrics to understand, to find out how good are we at detecting those abuses when it happens, before they happen, okay? So at registration time. So there are some issues there. I mean, that is the quality of the WHOIS data that has been mentioned before is quite critical, right? But we see more and more that the WHOIS or the registrations are fed with apparently valid data. Okay, so the John Smith in Market Street number 3, that looks valid and is very difficult to really detect if this is false or this is fake or this is correct. So we are moving into a model that for certain domains, okay, we are starting to ask registrants to use electronic identification means. As our registrants have to be residents in Europe or European citizens living abroad, that means that sooner than later, they are going to have an electronic identification card, right? And in the framework of ADAS, those are going to be, or are already being used for different things, okay? The relation with the government, for papers and documents and so. But the point is that we want also to use that to verify the identity of a suspicious, okay, registration. So that's one of the ways we are investigating. The point on the checks, beside the pre-delegation, we also do post-delegation checks, okay? Because just pre-delegation, just artificial intelligence is not enough. It's good, it gives us an advantage to prevent malicious domains to get onto the internet, so to harm people, but that's not enough. Because of, as mentioned, strategies change and ideas, abusers have new ideas and so we need to do something different. And what we do is that we also check domains after the delegation. So once they are active, once they are on the internet, right? Using the data we have, but also other sources like links or whatever. And then, well, the point is that the domain is already there on the internet and maybe causing harm, but if we are able to detect them, we do exactly the same as before, okay? We start our own processes internally. So the WHOIS quality process that we call. So we ask the registrant to provide the proof of its identity. And in parallel, we send that suspicious domain to a Europol, to CERTs, and to certain cybersecurity experts, like for instance, the Global Cyber Alliance and others, right? So it's just a kind of, okay, we think that this is strange, right? We think that this can be harmful. So please, professionals, have a look. And if you have something to say, just report back and, well, we will suspend the domain if you are giving us the right court order or the right process. But in parallel, we also do our own processes. So again, artificial intelligence is interesting. It's important. It helps us at a specific point, but it's not the only system. It has to be complemented to cope with changes and to cope with the reality, right? It's not to detect crime before it happens is, well, we've seen that in films, but it does not end very well, right? So finally, I wanted also to stress a point about using artificial intelligence on a company or to detect fraud online. It's not that we have a result on our main purpose, okay, to have a nice and clean as much as possible .eu space, right? Is that throughout the process of developing and working on artificial intelligence projects, we have learned and we have acquired some knowledge that has helped us to develop all the tools using artificial intelligence or machine learning and so, right? So for instance, one of the other projects that we have running is an automatic and multilingual web page classifier okay, using natural language processing and so, that crawls the webs, a random sample of webs, and then classifies them in different classes automatically. So for instance, is that web page talking about health? Is that web page talking about industry or education or whatever? So we have a vision of how the .eu is used and where, and we have these kind of maps that help us to then develop other campaigns in terms of marketing, support to registrars or whatever, right? So that's basically the idea. The artificial intelligence to tackle abuse, it's important. It helps. It has to be complemented with other techniques at the post-delegation side. But while we learn and we work on that on a given project for anti-abuse, we also gain some capabilities that can be passed to other projects inside the registry. So it's a kind of, you always win because you learn and you can bring all those things inwards and to offer services to the registrars, to the registrants, or the community in general. So that's all on my side. Thank you for your time. Thanks.
Jordi, just follow-up questions, also short follow-up question. So as you said, the artificial intelligence or tools that is based on the artificial intelligence should be properly trained, and you should get enough data to do that. And typically, it requires a quite large data set for that. Moreover, this data set should be so my question is actually about do you make any type of reviewing those data sets that you are going to use for training your artificial intelligence and verification of this data set? Because if you have anything that contains kind of mistakes, right, those mistakes will be kept and it will be inherited with your algorithm. So this is actually very, you know, this is very common questions for all tools that is based on the artificial intelligence elements or components.
Yeah. Yes, when we were having the system in pre-production, okay, it was like 1 year in pre-production. So the system was learning and we were checking about its performance during a year. Then beside the theory, behind that work, you realize about campaigns, about different ways, and the kind of errors you have and all that. Our system gets trained automatically also, as I mentioned, in different periods, so short-term, mid-term, long-term, and all that, to cope with changes and to adapt. And yes, we check also the results of that, because those domains that are supposed to be abusive are delayed. And then there is a human team behind that, that's the legal department, that also reviews about the data and gets in touch if needed with the registrant and the registrar. So we can close the loop there. And in addition, also, the ones that are not detected are passed to post-delegation. I mean, they get into the zone, and then later on they are checked with the post-delegation checks. So that's when we detect that, look at that, this kind of thing, we've not detected that. We were not able to stop them at the pre-delegation with the artificial intelligence. So we have to adapt our system to really be able to catch that. So there are humans behind the system, okay, that review that, beside the automatically training. Yeah.
So it's a kind of ongoing process that never ends, right? It continues to learn, and it gets a feedback about whether it was false positive or negative, and so on. So yes,
Absolutely.
good. That's really interesting. So let's move on, and let me introduce the last speaker of today's session. This is Gavin Brown from Central NIC, and his presentation about Domain Trust Initiative.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Gavin Brown. I am the Head of Registry Services at Central NIC. And I'm talking to you today about Domain Trust, which is an initiative that Central NIC has been involved in, that's been spearheaded by the Global Cyber Alliance. So the presentation that I'm going to walk you through now was produced by the Global Cyber Alliance, and I'm presenting it on their behalf today. We are a premium partner of the Global Cyber Alliance, and we've been deeply involved in the Domain Trust initiative, which is why I'm able to talk about this. So just a bit of brief information, as I've mentioned before, I said just now, the Global Cyber Alliance is a non-profit organization established by the City of London Police, the Center for Internet Security, and the District Attorney's Office of New York County. And it was established with a very ambitious mission to make the internet safe. And as part of that, they have carried out a number of initiatives around things like DMARC deployment to improve the security of email. They have deployed the Quad9 DNS service, supported the development of that. And the most recent initiative is development of domain trust. And I'm really here to talk about what the benefits might be for participation in domain trust for registrars, but also a lot of this will also apply to registries as well. So CCTLD operators, GTLD operators, whether you're in this region or elsewhere. So just an illustration of the problem statement. The fundamental issue with domain abuse, as has been mentioned by some of the previous speakers, is that there's lack of transparency and a lack of joined up thinking when it comes to dealing with domain abuse. So domain abuse affects multiple different parties, and different people have different points at which they can intervene to mitigate abuse, but lack the information because information is kind of in these vertical silos. It comes from commercial service providers. There's issues around duplication and that was mentioned before. And as a result, people don't feel that they have enough confidence in the information they're receiving to take action. And that results in scenarios where, in order to get a domain name taken down, you have to get a court order. And that massively extends the amount of time between when a domain lights up and starts causing harm and when it can be suspended and that the harm can be mitigated. So what Domain Trust tries to do is create a number of things. Firstly, it's a platform. That platform creates a community, and that community builds trust. And it builds trust through a transparency by creating a framework where intelligence about bad domain names can be scored according to the reliability of the source, their own level of confidence in that source, and that allows the consumer of that data to take action according to what they consider to be an appropriate level of risk for their organization. The platform is bidirectional, so it's not simply a fire hose that you drink the output from and then consume. The idea is that each of the different participants not only receives data from the platform, but also submits data to the platform. They can do things like enriching the data with their own information about particular names. So, for example, one of the things that was mentioned before by Graham about the difficulty getting access to registration data because of rate limiting on the WHOIS and RDAP systems. If the registry is participating in the domain trust system, they can see that a domain name has been reported in their TLD. They may not choose to take action at that time, but they can at least poke in and update the record to say, well, okay, I'm not going to take any action about this domain name, but I am going to tell you it's this registrar, or I am going to tell you it's this set of name servers, or whatever information that a third party might need to take further action on that domain name. And also by doing so, that might notify the registrar if the registrar is also participating in the system, so that the registrar can be advised of the issue of the domain name without the initial submitter having to do a lot of work around collecting the WHOIS record in order to understand which registrar is responsible for the domain name. So this slide just talks a little bit about how this integrates into the kind of core elements of domain trust. As mentioned before, the Global Cyber Alliance operates the Quad9 DNS service, and that has tens of millions of users. It handles tens of millions of queries a minute, and acts as a proving ground for the data that's entered into domain trust. So a domain name that's listed in the domain trust system gets blocked on Quad9. And obviously, if it turns out that it's a false positive, that the domain is legitimate, then Quad9 user is likely to report it as such, and that gives us a feedback that helps us remove false positives increase the quality of the data that's in domain trust. Domain trust system implements this granular taxonomy, which I'll talk about a little bit in the future. GCAE has a degree of independence from the domain name ecosystem. It's not a registry, it's not a registrar. It has been founded by law enforcement and criminal prosecution bodies in the United States and the United Kingdom, but it is independent of those organizations, and has, as you can see from its efforts around Coord9, proven capacity to deliver at large-scale efforts like this. One of the other things it can do is it can scan the entire TLD universe. So if a domain name is reported in one TLD, then the similar name might be scanned for in other TLDs, and Coord9 on Domain Trust has the ability to do that scanning in a way that it's hard for any other participant in the industry to do because of the siloing of data. So this is an example of a domain generation algorithm, as was mentioned previously. So you can see it's a long random string of digits that have been generated by an algorithm. And then the same name is then registered across multiple TLDs. And only one of these domain names has to exist for the command and control infrastructure of that botnet to work. And that's really with the benefit of doing this cross TLD scanning. So if Domain Trust sees that 0130388109.6b6.Black Friday has been registered and is abusive, then it can look to see if the same string appears in other TLDs. And I believe that this is a real example of a DGA that was registered across multiple TLDs, and only an entity that has the ability to scan across the entire TLD namespace, both GTLD and CTTLD, because obviously the Coord9 system has access to all the passive DNS query data from its own system, so it can see what second level names exist across the entire space. That can then get fed back into the domain trust system as an additional signal, allowing people to look and see if that name has been registered in their TLD and to take action accordingly. The system has an annotation mechanism that allows a piece of information about a domain name to be scored according to confidence level and reputation of the submitter. The highest level of assurance, there is a sort of what you might call A1 on this matrix. This is where a professional cybersecurity cybersecurity professional working for a law enforcement agency or another highly reputable organization is convinced that the domain name is being used to carry out abuse, and that's the highest level of assurance that suspending that domain is not likely to result in a false positive. And then moving further down the matrix, you have lower levels of assurance in terms of confidence, so from dead cert to probable to suspicion. And then also the submitter is scored according to their reputation and credibility. So starting at law enforcement or equivalent, looking down into the sort of the fat torso of telcos, registries, registrars, social media platforms, consumer protection bodies, and so on and so forth. And then finally, the lowest level of assurance, which is consumer reviews or social media complaints and so on. And obviously, one of the things that the system does is where a party is submitting consistently poor quality information, they may be downgraded. So that the highest level of confidence they might be able to submit will be pegged at a certain number, and they'll be downgraded, say, from a B to a C or an A to a B, and so on. So each individual report has two values associated with it. The reputation or trust level in the submitter, and then their level of confidence. Now, one of the things that's not shown on this is the submitter is required to state whether or not it's the report is their own individual original research, or whether they're receiving this information from a third party. And this is also very important in resolving the issue around duplication of data. So if you have a policy that says that you won't take action on a domain name until you get independent reports from two independent sources, then you have an issue where, let's say your source A and your source B report to you that domain name is abusive. Well, if source B is getting its data from source A, then it looks like you're getting two independent reports when actually you're not. And domain trust allows us to resolve that issue because submitters are required to state whether or not they're getting this information from a third party or not. So all of this creates a virtuous circle because the trust that participants can take in the viability of the platform, the feedback mechanism that protects them from false positives, creates an environment where the data can be shared that allows more domain names to be detected, that reduces the amount of abuse that's happening, and suspicious data gets corroborated, allowing for domains to be suspended more quickly. This is just a schematic of how the whole infrastructure works and how it interacts with things like the Quad9 system. And as I said before, Quad9 provides a proving ground for the data. So domains that gets reported domain trust get suspended on Quad9, and that results in false positives being removed from the system. In terms of the participants who are already involved in domain trust, you'll see that as well as CentralLink, ICANN is also involved as a supporter of the domain trust project. URID are also involved as our PIR, and we also have support from organizations like BT in the United Kingdom, Netcraft, Scam Advisor, and IQ, who are a abuse monitoring service provider. One thing I mentioned before was a potential solution to enrich the reporting data. One of the things that Domain Trust has achieved, which I believe is almost unique, is the memorandum of understanding that the Global Cyber Alliance has with the Information Commissioner's Office of the United Kingdom. So the UK, for the time being, is compliant with the GDPR, and the Information Commissioner's Office is our data protection authority. And they have operated what's called a sandbox, which allows for innovative data processing systems to be established with the support and advice of the Data Protection Authority. That ensures that the output of that development and that research is compliant with data protection regulation. So the hope is that we will be able to create a solution where some of the issues around collection of data, which are currently prohibited or inhibited by data protection rules, can be resolved by creating an environment where data can be shared in a way that's compliant with GDPR, but also facilitates the information sharing needed for effective research into abuse. So I think this presentation was originally created to kind of to solicit inquiries and people would be taking interest into participating in domain trust. So I just kind of briefly give an overview of what the benefits are for participants. And obviously there's a network effect in that the more participants they have, the better the system is. The better the system is, the more people are incentivized to join. But we believe that people who are participating in domain trust will have an increased brand reputation because they will be seen as being part of the solution rather than part of the problem. We believe that it will help reduce costs. If you're a registry or a registrar, handling abuse can actually be a significant source of cost, and being able to have more confidence in the data you're receiving allows you to take more automated decisions. That means that you don't need so many staff. You can make use of them elsewhere because they're not spending their time doing research on and performing assessments on individual domain names. And that will, of course, ultimately improve your operating efficiency and performance while also improving the service you're providing. So that concludes my presentation, and I hope that anyone who's interested in domain trust will get in touch. The email address is on this page here. I apologize if it's not particularly readable, but you can go to globalcyberalliance.org or contact me separately, and we can get the conversation started. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gavin. So we have about 10 or 15 minutes for the questions, and we have several from participants, but let me ask my questions first. I'm using my power of moderator. So we had a quite brief but comprehensive overview of modern trends and tools and the ways of assessment and mitigation cyber threats, and we can clearly see some common trends actually. So the first one, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my impressions of what I've just have heard. The first trend is that we have different institutions and we have different companies who are working on their own platforms to mitigate that. The next trend is that most of the major players of the DNS abuse market, let's call it market, trying to collect as much data as they can in order to work with the AI-based tools. So they need to understand more about the trends, and these data sets helps them to collect and to train their artificial intelligence tools. Also, yes, and the last trend is that artificial intelligence is kind of new type of silver bullet that is at least intended to be used in different tools. So first question that I want to ask, this actually a question for all of the speakers. If we have some different platforms that aims to estimate and make an assessment of domain names, they are based on the different algorithms and they use their own methodology for this. Don't you think that we could potentially have the situation when the same domain names could be controversially assessed at from different platforms, and the same domain names could be considered as malicious by one platform and as just a legal domain by the other platform? And what should we do with this situation? Just very briefly, like 30 seconds each, please. Who wants to start? Patrick, please.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, what is considered illegal in one national sovereignty is not necessarily in another. So that's obviously a problem. I also agree with the fact that there's a lot of different service providers out there. It's I mean, security and DNS abuse is not my area of expertise for a long time, but I have observed quite a lot of different efforts in this area, some commercial, some not commercial, some with this body, some with that body. That's hard to navigate that, I think, because everybody has their own different methods, as you say. I think there's opportunity, but we're sort of lacking some harmonization or collaboration across the industry, particularly between the CCs and the Gs maybe, and that's just natural because of the different regulation aspects. But yeah, the country and the national sovereignty of the legal frames that are involved are of course creating differences which we can't really get around easily. So there's the bodies like Internet and Jurisdiction, I guess, who may deal with that sort of topic a bit. But I think there's opportunity. So mapping the landscape of different providers, different sort of approaches is probably something that I would start with. That would be something to help get a lay of the land, at least from Centre's point of view.
Good. Grammy, please. You mentioned that the DNS Abuse Institute is also working on creating its kind of platform. So what's your feeling about the probability of the situation when we have different estimations of the same domain by different platforms?
So I think that's for sure going to happen, and it's something that concerns me quite a bit. ML, machine learning stuff works, based garbage in, garbage out, and the quality of the feeds that exist are okay, but not great. The work from Domain Trust that Gavin's talking about is very interesting because in theory it provides or could provide, an extremely high quality feed, which is sort of lacking. But a lot of what we're talking about here is using RBLs, which are useful in many contexts, for mitigation, which is not really what they're intended to do. They're for network protection. And so we need to be very careful in how we use technologies like this to be more proactive. And so it's just going to require more thought, more coordination, some best practices around this, and some of that the Institute will be working on, and I look forward to doing that. I will say, as sort of a final thought on the idea of machine learning and mitigating abuse, I think it's more doable at the registry side, but more useful at the registrar level than at the registry. But registrars, I think, are going to have a really interesting and potentially quite difficult time integrating and adopting these technologies. They typically operate in a very small margin, high volume business with pretty extensive development backlogs, and adding work to their development backlog, which introduces friction in their registration flow, I think is going to be a tricky sell. And one of the reasons that the Institute hasn't put these sorts of preventative measures at the top of its list of initiatives, just because I think there's going to be great work done in this space, but then getting that registrar tier, in CCs as well as Ds to adopt it, I think is going to be a real uphill battle. Thanks.
Evolution of this question that I can just modify for any other speakers that I want to comment this question. So, Jordi, as Graham just mentioned, our decisions are based on the data set that we have, and it's strongly relies on the quality of this data. So different algorithms could be trained on different data sets that could potentially lead to differences in the methodology and in the way how they estimate. So using different algorithms, artificial intelligence algorithms created by one or another company could also lead to different outcomes and different results if we estimating the same domain. Am I right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that garbage in, garbage out. How you feed the system is how you train the system and what the system is going to find out. The point here, or at least from a registry viewpoint, is that the registry is not the one to qualify if that domain name is really abusive or not. The registry may have some suspicions based on, for instance, history, other informations, or whatever. And then in our case, for instance, if we don't have any kind of suspicions at the pre-delegation time, the domain is registered and nothing happens. I mean, the registrant will not see any change. But if we think that it is, the domain is registered, so it still belongs to the registrant, but it's delayed. So if you just have a delay for 1, 2, 3 days, depending how fast the registrant is going to answer our question or is going to react to our petition for identification and all that. And at the end of the day, you are going to have that again. So from the registry viewpoint, we are not the ones to decide, but on the other side, if we see something wrong, we may delay it a bit, and if we discover it after the delegation, we may just share the cards. We might just share the domain names with the professionals, GCA, for instance, Europol, or the Search, or whatever. Say, look at that. I mean, here you have. Okay, have a look. It's your business. You know better than ourselves what to do. Okay, it's the slide that has been shown. There is one domain with one extension that repeats in others. We just see one. We give it to the professionals, and they will complete the picture with that.
Okay, great. So as you mentioned, we have our data not only from registry, but also from so-called domain reputation providers. But, we can't talk about some kind of golden standard of the data set that could train the artificial intelligence algorithm in a best way that we the best way in compared to the other tools, and to be sure that all those algorithms trained on this golden standard data set could give us the same results. So this is the actually question for Gavin. So you described your domain estimation platform, and it also works as a reputation platform for domains, as far as I understand. So you are inside this this activity. Do you have any plans, or have you thought about comparing the results that you have using your algorithms with some outcomes from other platforms, and to collaborate with some other platforms in order to make a common approaches and comparable results of making all these things?
Yes. Yeah. So I have done some work to look at some of the outputs from domain trust to see how it compares to data we get from other sources. So but what's worth recognizing is domain trust is an information sharing platform. So as I mentioned before, it's garbage in, garbage out. So we are reliant, the domain trust platform is reliant on other participants in the system submitting good quality information. It does, as I said before, have a way of kind of self-error correcting in that poor sources of information get downgraded. But the idea is generally to try and get as much data into the system as possible, have it properly annotated, and then allow people to make decisions based on, as I said before, risk appetite. So if you're an industry participant, a registry, a registrar, you're dealing with very high volume, you're going to have a different appetite to, let's say, as a TLD operator, a CCTLD operator that's more restrictive and therefore has a different risk appetite when it comes to automatic suspension of domain names.
Thank you so much, Brian. So when we're talking about the domain generation algorithms, we definitely deal with the lots and lots of domains. There's hundreds of thousands or millions of domains, and it's clearly could be seen as a huge amount of data to be processed with artificial intelligence. So have you ever thought about these automated tools, and will it be reviewed in one way or another in this framework that you're working on?
So it's interesting. So presumably there's, on the law enforcement side, on the identification of a domain generating algorithm, there is the use of machine learning to help identify and sort of crack that code. And so it's not something that when a registry ingests a DGA from law enforcement, that's not something that the registry is doing itself. I know there are some registries that think about that in their day-to-day abuse practices, and it's very interesting. And I think it's probably where things are going. The one thing I would say is that as we get more and more proactive, the other side of the equation should be accounted for, and that's a recourse mechanism for a registrant. Because if you're relying on something like machine learning or things that are very valuable tools, even if the false positive rate is very, very small, for that small rate of false positive, you want it clear to the registrant or the impacted party, what can they do to reach out to the registry or the registrar, whatever party takes action, to say, hey, I think you got it wrong, and let me show you why, and make sure that that path is clear.
Clear. So we have another question from the participants, and let me please read it. During the pandemic period, the most people still stay at home at work and work from home. It definitely brings new challenges to corporative security architecture and forced to implement new technologies like zero trust models, for example. Regarding that current trends, have you observed any changes of DNS abuse taxonomy during the last few years? If it's so, which the most significant trends of the abuse related with such distributed model of working from home? And can you highlight them, please, besides phishing and fake shops and COVID domain threats? And how should we deal with them? So just very briefly, if anyone wants to answer, you're welcome. Anyone?
Well, very briefly. Yes, we have detected an increase on web shops. Most of them were under development, so you never know unless you check them later on if they're going to be fake web shops or not. So that's why we pass them all to the e-commerce foundation, because they care about that, they care about the brands and all that. So again, as a registry, we just detect and we share. And we inform about, okay, we think that this could be an issue, but maybe perfectly fine. So just have a look because you are the one that knows about that. Yeah. Basically, web shops. Yeah.
Okay, so my understanding of DNS, COVID-related DNS threats is that it does not change the taxonomy itself. It just makes the different accents and makes the different shares of those or another type of one or another type of threats in a common volume. So, am I right, or or we have an evidence of appearing a new specifically COVID-related DNS threats, or it's just the common threats that are just became more visible?
I can jump in on this one. It's from
Yeah,
what I
please.
saw in .org. So we actually, early on, and Graham and I worked hand in hand on this when he was still at Two Cows. Really kudos to Graham in developing this. But we developed sort of a manual algorithm, if you call it that, for identifying potential COVID issues. And by and large, they're not what Graham and I would call DNS abuse. It was website content issues, people selling things like fake cures, fake vaccines, things like that. There were very few instances of DNS abuse as related to COVID in what I saw. What we did see was an over assumption that all COVID related domains were bad. So I got sent a list of domains, hundreds of domains saying these are all, these are COVID scams, take them down. And it included 3 sites that were legitimately set up by the United Nations. And it was just people sort of said, if there's COVID in the name, it's a COVID scam. And so I think there's really been, in my opinion, a false narrative around there being just this massive influx of abuse related to COVID scams and COVID DNS abuse. When we really dug into the data and tried to be proactive in preventing that kind of thing. And frankly, it just didn't bear out. We did not see that scale of problems that some people have tried to describe as it relates to COVID names.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Agree. Actually, I've seen some reports from local CCTLDs here in the region in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, who tried to check all the domain names that contains the COVID part in it, and there were only like 6 or 10% of malicious domains in all those volumes. So thank you so much. It seems that we are close to the end of the session. I would like to thank our speakers for the benefits of their time and expertise, and I would like to thank every participant who asked their question and who were at this quite early morning with us. This was a good session, I believe. So thank you so much, and see you soon. Goodbye.
Thank you. My pleasure. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
узнали кое-что новое. Поделитесь.
Бомбически!
А, вы только поняли, как играть, да?
Нравится, спасибо.
Очень волнуемся. Не ошибитесь. На кону ваша работа. Итак, команда А отвечает.
Отвечает Андрей.
Были у нас варианты правильных ответов. Почему-то мы их не озвучили.
А там что-то невероятное. Ну что, дорогие наши уважаемые YouTube-зрители, привет, hello, бонжур, давайте поаплодируем вам! Ну что, мы напоминаем, что мы находимся на нашем 25-м российском интернет-форуме. У нас в этом году будет день рождения. Нашему координационному центру доменов РУ и РФ исполняется 20 лет. И в связи с этим, ура! И в связи с этим мы решили продолжать снимать наше бомбическое шоу «Авторизация». Первое межгалактическое шоу про интернет и для интернета. Ну что, мы напомнили вам, кто мы, где мы. Пришло время познакомиться с командами. Итак, встречайте команда... Отлично! И команда...
Регулятор!
Регулятор! Отлично! Итак, хотелось бы отметить, что наши команды абсолютно не готовились к нашему шоу. Ребята просто принимали участие в рифе, проходили мимо, мы их ловили, говорили, пойдем к нам. И они принимали участие. От этого, я думаю, что сам выпуск будет гораздо интересней. И вы, наши уважаемые телезрители, точнее, YouTube-зрители, можете точно так же принимать участие вместе с нашими гостями. То есть будут вопросики, вы прям нажимаете на паузу, пишите ответы. Ну, а у нас пришло время познакомиться с участниками. Итак, здравствуйте, как вас зовут? Расскажите пару слов про себя.
Меня зовут Азалия. Я работаю в компании Регру. И хочу отметить, что буквально завтра у нас тоже день рождения, и нам исполняется 15 лет.
15 лет. Аплодисменты. Так, приглашайте на мероприятие, мы вам его с удовольствием проведем. Ну что, продолжаем дальше.
Да, меня зовут Андрей, я работаю в компании РУ-центр. Да, работаю с клиентами, да, а люблю историю.
Аплодисменты Андрею, отлично. Андрей любит историю, супер, далее.
Меня зовут Арина, в команде с Азалией занимаюсь сувениркой и очень это люблю.
Отлично, аплодисменты ребятам, спасибо. Заметьте, все имена были на букву А, поэтому и команда А. Think about it. Мы переходим к вашей команде, дорогие друзья. Ну что, давайте с вами познакомимся. Здравствуйте, как вас зовут?
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Ирина. Я работаю в Координационном центре доменов РУ и РФ. И мне очень нравится приезжать каждый год на риф.
Отлично. Супер, спасибо. Далее.
Всем привет, меня зовут Жора Георгиевский. Я работаю Жорой Георгиевским в Координационном центре доменов РУ и РФ. Люблю всех.
Самая важная должность, Жора. Далее.
Всем привет, меня зовут Андрей Воробьев, я в КЦ уже 6-й год, до этого был в РУ-центре почти 14 лет. В общем, тоже люблю приезжать на риф и историю интернета.
Аплодисменты, дорогие друзья. Отлично. Ну что, дорогие друзья, все, мы познакомились с командами, а значит, пришло время начинать наше шоу. Итак, внимание на экраны, правила нашего шоу. Наши правила: 3 раунда, в каждом раунде свои правила. За победу в первых 2 раундах команда зарабатывает балл. За победу в 3-м раунде команда получает 2 балла. Итак, понятно? Отлично, переходим к первому раунду. Правила первого раунда. 5 вопросов с 4 вариантами ответа. Первый отвечает команда, которая быстрее поднимет руку. На ответ дается 3 секунды. То есть вы, прежде чем поднимать руку, желательно подумайте. При неправильном ответе ход переходит ко второй команде. Вопрос сгорает, если обе команды ответили неправильно. То есть, если вы подняли ручку, ответили неправильно, то тем самым вы помогли другой команде и убрали неправильный вариант. Ну что, команды, готовы? Есть вопросы? Отлично, давайте поаплодируем. Начинаем. Итак, первый вопрос, внимание на экран. Билл Гейтса отчислили из Оксфорда, Гарварда, Стэнфорда и Кембриджа. Выбираем вариант.
Он американец, поэтому...
Отлично, есть.
Стэнфорд.
Стэнфорд. Вы уверены?
Ну, кажется.
Отлично. Давайте узнаем, что же думает ваша команда. Итак, команда А.
Да, отвечает Андрей. Мы думаем, ну, раз он в США, в общем, резидент США, тогда, я думаю, Гарвард.
Да, ну давайте посмотрим на правильный ответ. Правильный ответ — Гарвард, дорогие друзья, аплодисменты. Первый правильный ответ у команды А. Ну что ж, я вас поздравляю с этим, а мы переходим к следующему вопросу. Внимание на экран. Какую компанию изначально называли Backup? Google, Microsoft, Firefox, Uber. Итак, время пошло. Итак, регуляторы.
Юбер.
Uber. Так, а что же будет команда А?
Так.
Да.
Но на самом деле логика тоже простая. У Uber черный логотип, и мы думали, что есть некоторая связь со...
3.
Black, это Black.
2.
Да.
1.
Firefox.
С, Firefox. Ну что ж, дорогие дамы и господа, правильный ответ Google. Да, вот такие интересные новости. Да, дамы и господа, на самом деле компанию Google изначально называли Backrub. Как вам мой английский, кстати говоря?
Perfect.
Спасибо, да, я иногда вру, что знаю его. Итак, дорогие друзья, внимание на экран. Следующий вопрос. Компьютер Apple II, который был впервые представлен в 1977 году, получил жесткий диск объемом 5 мегабайт, 1 мегабайт, 32 или 16.
Не двойка, не кратная. Ну,
Команды думают, интрига. Первая игра, в которой команды сразу не понимают.
Мне кажется, да. Тогда
Потому что на кону...
мегабайт. Да,
Что-то. Не придумал шутку. Да, итак, команда А отвечает.
Отвечает Андрей.
Да.
Отвечает Андрей. Андрей, отвечайте.
Мы думаем, что это 5 мегабайт.
И это правильный ответ. Ваши громкие аплодисменты. Правильный ответ. 5 мегабайт. Ну что ж, дорогие друзья, приготовились. Вопрос номер 4. Внимание на экран. В каком году была представлена первая компьютерная мышь? 1928, 48, 68 или 88 год? Итак, да-да.
48 год.
48 год. Неплохая попытка. Переходим к команде А. Команда А, да-да.
Мы думаем, что вариант Д.
Д, 88.
Да.
Давайте посмотрим на правильный ответ. Компьютерная мышь, 1968 год, дорогие друзья. Компьютерную мышь придумал Дуглас Карл Энгельбарт и представил ее 9 декабря 1968 года на выставке Fell Joint Computer Expo в Сан-Франциско. Ну что ж, узнали кое-что новое. Вот, вы любите историю про интернет, компьютерные всякие вот эти колдунства. И теперь знаете новый интересный факт. Итак, вопрос номер 5, внимание на экран. Сегодня .тв позиционируется... Да. Ну что ж, давайте для приличия я дочитаю вопрос. Все-таки мы его писали, зрители могут не понять, но вы готовы, да. Итак, уважаемые телезрители, вы, может быть, тоже знаете уже правильный ответ. Сегодня .тв позиционируется как домен, предназначенный для представителей телеиндустрии. Однако до 2002 года он был национальным и принадлежал государству. Какому? Итак?
Тихоокеанскому островному Тувалу ответ Д. И они борются сейчас, чтобы вернуть этот домен себе.
Аплодисменты! Это правильный ответ! Тихоокеанское государство в Полинезии. Население страны 11 206 человек. Откуда вы знаете этот факт?
Мы же доменами занимаемся.
Вот такой у вас ведущий. Ну что, дорогие друзья, итак, по итогам первого раунда побеждает команда А. Громкие аплодисменты! Ну что, давайте поаплодируем себе, команды. Мы продолжаем и переходим к второму раунду. Итак, внимание на экран, дорогие друзья. Правило второго раунда. Команде необходимо перевести 5 слов, связанных с тематикой нашего шоу, случайно написанных на английской раскладке. Команде необходимо быстро и правильно перевести слово и сообщить его ведущему. Команда, которая переведет больше слов, получает балл по итогу раунда. То есть на экране...
Dear colleagues, dear attendees, dear viewers, good morning, good day, and good evening. Welcome to the 14th International Conference for CCTLD registries and registrars of CIS, Central and Eastern Europe. My name is Pavel Patrikeev, and I will be moderating this session. We will be discussing international and national trends in internet regulation. As of now, national governments and international organizations are paying a lot of attention to the internet regulation and governance. And therefore, we assembled a panel of speakers. We asked them to touch upon the most relevant aspects of legal regulation of the DNS industry. Most of our speakers today are Russian speaking, and our session will be conducted in Russian with a simultaneous translation into English. Polina Malaya from Center will be making her presentation in English. In anticipation of the session, I can say that overall legislation in DNS and domain names is dynamically evolving. We are just approaching to a resolution of various pain points of the industry, like intellectual property rights protection or DNS abuse, combating of DNA abuse, or providing private data from registries and registrars for whatever purposes. And I mean, these pain points are still outstanding, and the lawyers around the world are actively debating the finer points of them. Today, again, like I said, we have an excellent group of panelists. They will be covering very, down-to-earth issues of legislation and enforcement. We will be discussing UDRP, we'll be discussing GDPR, we'll be talking about legal innovations in different countries, in the European Union, in the Ukraine, in Russia. And we hope that you are going to enjoy this session as much as we are looking forward to hearing the presentations. The speakers prepared slides. Every speaker is going to have 10 to 15 minutes for the presentation. After that, there will be some time left for questions. And if time permits, towards the end of the session, we will perhaps go through the main takeaways and maybe ask additional questions to our speakers. Without further ado, let's start with Natalia Kiseleva, representing the Coordination Center for TLD.ru.rf. In her presentation, she will talk about legal innovations in Russia. She will go through the most recent novelties of legislation. And Natalia, the floor is yours. You couldn't hear me, right? Okay, then I will start over. Good morning, colleagues. It's a pleasure to speak at this conference, and I thank the organizers for the opportunity to speak here. Pavel has already informed you that my presentation will be concerned with an overview of legal innovations in the Russian legislation. Let's start with statistics of legislative activity in the field of IT regulation. As of the 1st of April 2021, the Russian Parliament, the State Duma, submitted 52 draft laws to regulate IT, including 16 draft laws for regulation of information and dissemination. At the end of the first quarter of this year, 15 draft laws were passed. As to the object of regulation, the draft laws are considered by the Parliament. You can see on the pie charts the distribution of the main content of the bills. This last Parliament session lasted until June, and the parliamentarians worked very intensively in Oh, it lasted until July, and even in July, certain amendments were adopted to the law on information protection. In particular, I should note amendments to Article 15.1 of this federal law, the so-called blacklist. It's an article that covers information that cannot be disseminated in Russia. So this article is now amended with the following items: information about the commission of actions for the transfer of funds through foreign payment service providers that are included into the list of gambling and lottery organizers, and also information about persons in respect to whom special legislation ensures confidentiality, like law enforcement officers or judges or parties to the legal criminal proceedings. In July, the law was also signed to amend the regulation on the explosives and weapons. This amendment will come into effect in June 2022. The Parliament is still considering draft laws related to non-judicial access to the following types of information: public justification of illegal actions against the life, health, and freedom of citizens, illegal trade in dietary supplements, advertising of alcoholic products, and materials about animal cruelty to animals, rather. We believe that already in autumn, many of these draft laws will be adopted. During the spring session, the Parliament also amended the law on information. Like I said, the Article 15.1.12 was amended. This is an article that restricts access to false, inaccurate information about someone committing a crime. So if this kind of information is published online, then the person against whom the information is directed can go to the court or to the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor's office will follow its procedure and will request Roskomnadzor, the Russian Telecom Supervisory Authority, with a request to take this information down. Also, starting from the 1st of December 2021, the central bank will be able to inform the General Prosecutor's Office about provision of banking or other financial services by persons without a license, as well as to inform about legal fundraising. And the General Prosecutor's Office will be also requesting then Roskomnadzor to block this information. There is another interesting draft law that concerns with the domain industry. The Ministry of Digital Development developed, and actually a public hearing has already been held of the draft law to amend the law on access to information about the operations of government entities and the law on information. The ministry is proposing to set up a special registrar that would register and maintain information about domain names administered by government entities, regional government entities, municipalities, government organizations, and NGOs that are working in the field of public security or otherwise performing some government functions. the domain names to be registered by the special register shall be identified by Roskomnadzor, and as to the procedure of establishing the registrar, these rules will be determined by the Russian government. The Ministry of Digital Technologies is also, digital development is also suggesting that the domain names inside .ru.rf should be transferred to government and municipal entities. This kind of transfer will be made possible at the instruction of Roskomnadzor in the interests of state or public security, or in order to achieve strategic objectives of the development of the Russian Federation. The procedure of transfer of these domain names will be determined by the Russian government. And according to this proposal, the government is going to get a lot of authority in regulating the domain industry. It is also proposed that if a domain name is part of the group of names inside this .ru.rf zone, this procedure will be also determined, the procedure of registration will also be determined by the government of the Russian Federation. Now, a couple of words about the judicial practice. It is also evolving, it's not standing still, and there are new questions now that require an opinion or an input from the domain market participants. In April this year, a Scientific Consultative Council on Intellectual Property met. The Deputy Director of the Coordination Center for Legal Matters, Sergei Krylov, is a member of this council, and he attended this meeting. He made a presentation there, and he spoke on behalf of the industry. The meeting considered several key issues that might affect the legal status and the procedural status of the registrars in court disputes. One of the questions discussed was whether the registrar should be asked to de-delegate a domain name that can be confused with a trademark. Everyone at the meeting agreed that we should differentiate between the cases when there is a trademark infringement by the domain name itself and when there is a case of unlawful use of content, which is protected with a copyright. And most attendees agreed with Mr. Karpolov's opinion that de-delegation will not achieve the purposes of a lawsuit. It's not very efficient. If rights owners' rights are infringed, termination of delegation will not annul the domain name. The domain name will stay registered on the register. And the culprit or the defendant, the administrator of the domain name, has the right to transfer it to a different register. And it means that the goal of litigation will not be achieved. So we believe that this is not a very efficient recourse. De-delegation does inhibit access to the content placed or published on the website, but it doesn't prevent it completely. There are other ways to access this information, this content, for instance, mirrors. And the judicial practice already from 2015 recognizes that the de facto blocking of access, de-delegation does not terminate or prevent access to the content. This measure is not efficient. But if the judicial practice evolves in that direction, then we see that certain risks will arise for the registrars. The registrars will be defendants in those claims, and this will entail financial costs for the registrars, and perhaps the registrar will be found to be the so-called informational intermediary with all the relevant consequences. Members of the Scientific and Consultative Council agreed that dedelegation of the domain name is possible only on exceptional basis in cases when illegal content is published on the website. Another matter addressed by the Council was whether it was possible to transfer the right to administer the disputed domain to the right holder as a measure to prevent the violation. Those present at the meeting agreed that these claims can be filed with the court, and the courts can even decide to uphold them, but to enforce such a court decision will be quite difficult. It will be challenging to ensure the preference right of the claimant. The registrar will have to comply with this court resolution. And again, like I said, it will not be easy. The claimant, the rights owner, will have to provide personal data, will have to provide consent to transfer the right to administer. And the claimant should also comply with the court resolution, which is not guaranteed. Another question is the time period that the law allocates for the compliance with the court resolution. You know that the time for the registration of a domain name is 1 year, and after that it has to be renewed, while the court decision is valid for 3 years. In the process of the litigation itself, the trademark owners and the owner of the domain can also change, which is yet another outstanding issue. Okay, thank you for the presentation. You showed some statistics at the start of the presentation. There are various liability measures and prohibitions that are now adopted by Russia in the general IT field. But do you think that this kind of bias towards sanctions, is this a special feature of Russia or of the CIS? Because often you hear in the public space that it's a certain trend here, but the stricter liability and fighting crime, I think it's typical not only for the Russian legislation, but how these initiatives fit with the international trends. Yes, thank you, Pavel, for the question. I'm not an expert on international legislation or other countries' legislation, but I try to monitor what's happening in other countries as well. But I think that the trend that you've just described is typical for other countries as well. Recently, I read about a case in the United Kingdom when the Parliament considered a bill on information security in the internet, and this bill contains provisions for blocking of information, of illegal information, and there are sanctions, fines, penalties for non-compliance with this provision, with this requirement to block the information. I also monitor legislation on privacy, private data identification, and I see that, yeah, everywhere around the world, more penalties are imposed. And so it looks like, yeah, it's a common trend. Right, thank you. Let's move to another part of the continent, and let's take a look at the European regulatory innovations. Polina Malaya from Center is going to cover an important topic: EU regulatory developments. What's in it for the DNS? Let's see whether the European changes will be able to affect the global DNS system and the market participants. Polina, over to you. Thank you very much, Pavel. And thank you for the invitation It's a pleasure to be present at the TLDCON this year and to say a few words on the European regulatory developments. We'll see what's been done to regulate the internet and registries and registrars. My presentation, the slides are in English, so in several seconds I will be switching to the Russian language.
Выберите английский канал, вас не слышно.
Polina, please select English. The English channel.
Can you hear me now?
Да, все слышно. Спасибо.
Yes, now it's better. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I apologize for this technical difficulty. So I will start right away and we'll dive into two important European regulatory initiatives that are currently being discussed within the co-legislators. So these are draft laws, and that will have, in our opinion, a significant impact on ccTLDs, but also on DNS ecosystem in general. And without further ado, I would like to start to present on the first one, which concerns the cybersecurity regulation in legislative initiative in European Union. And it is a proposal for a directive, meaning that, of course, there is some leverage in the implementation within the member states once the draft law becomes the law. However, it is important to note a few important aspects already in the legislative proposal that it will, of course, have an impact on ccTLDs as we go along. And specifically, while NIS2 is important, it's because it's an update of the existing cybersecurity legislation in the EU. And it considers ccTLDs to be a part of critical infrastructure in the digital sphere, and TLDs in general. So it doesn't specify the ccTLD, so it concerns the whole sector. So the TLDs are considered so-called essential services, essential entities that are critical for the functioning of digital society. And due to their criticality, the TLDs are subject to a so-called ex ante and ex post supervisory regime, meaning that they are subject to the oversight by the supervisory authorities already before a security incident can happen, but also afterwards. So meaning that ccTLDs specifically would need to put in place particular cybersecurity measures. And of course, in case TLDs are not able to do that and to put the cybersecurity measures in place, they will be subject or can be subject to the administrative fines and additional penalties based on their national legislation. And another very important point that we have to stress here with the NIS2, and that is not in place in the current NIS1, so-called NIS1 directive, is the fact that NIS2 proposes a new novel obligation on TLD registries and registrars to collect certain registration data and to make it also publicly available for specifically for in case of non-public whois information, and that will only in relation to the so-called legal entities. However, for the personal information of private individuals, ccTLD registries and registrars would need to provide access to non-public whois data to so-called legitimate access seekers. So this we can see in the proposal and specifically in Article 23. And a bit more about the legislative proposal and specifically its impact on CCTLDs. It's also notable that the NIS2 directive will be applicable to all providers of DNS services along the DNS resolution chain. So which as a novel requirement also includes root name servers in addition to, for example, top level domain registries. And on the Article 23, of course, again, important is that the maintenance of complete and accurate whois information is considered to be critical for security, stability, and resilience of DNS. So it goes a little bit beyond what was intended in the first NIS, which is currently in place. And on the legitimate access seekers, so the parties that will be able to acquire non-public whois information. The proposal specifically specifies in the recital, so the non-binding part of the legislation, that these are obviously public authorities, that includes law enforcement authorities, but also CERTs and CSERTs, as well as cybersecurity researchers, which obviously widens the pool of legitimate access seekers beyond the national competent authorities, and potentially also includes third parties that might pursue a commercial interest. And important to note also on the fact that although we have or we deal with the EU legislation, it nevertheless has the extraterritorial reach, as it is intended to be applicable to all service providers that are operating in the EU, meaning that not only the ones that are established in the EU. So there is this type of GDPR-like extraterritorial reach of the NIS2 directive. And yes, and in case there are TLDs that are not established in Europe, but operate towards European consumers, and then they would have to designate a legal representative in the EU that then will be subject to the oversight and yeah, especially by the competent authorities in the cybersecurity sphere. And at Center, we are obviously very closely following the NIS2 development, as it is currently still a draft law and it's been negotiated in the European Parliament and by the representatives of the European member states. And we, together with Center members, we have put up a position, or our take on the legislative proposal, where we asked the legislators to clarify specifically the application of Article 23, so that it creates more legal clarity for CCTLDs, and that it also does not create more burdens on the technical operators that are considered critical infrastructure. And of course, our main point in the Article 23 criticism is that it needs to be more aligned with GDPR. And that means that the registries should not be obliged to collect all necessary information that they can collect in order to identify the registrant, but that it's strictly limited to the data that is strictly necessary under GDPR. And we also argue that the level of, or the pool of the so-called legitimate access seekers are also limited to competent national authorities, and that it's not creating a pool of all potential third parties that will come to registry and require non-public whois information. So this should really be strictly limited to national competent authorities under corresponding legal basis within national cybersecurity strategies. And so this is that was all on the NIS2, and I have a little bit of more time to also give you some insights into a second important legislative proposal on the EU level that will also have an impact on CCTLDs and domain name system in general. And it's an important piece since it is a revision of the current intermediary liability regime in the European Union. And the so-called Digital Services Act, or the DSA, to give it a bit of an acronym, and as it's a mouthful, targets all digital services and not only the already existing intermediaries when it comes to tackling illegal content online. And it's again important to note that similarly to NIS2 and GDPR, it also has the extraterritorial reach. And similarly, again to NIS2, the services that are the service providers that are in scope of the DSA are everyone who is providing service within the EU, irrespective where the service is established. And very quickly, I will try to go through the main points important for domain name industry and specifically for CCTLDs when it comes to the DSA. It is quite interesting, and I think so also something that Natalia previously alluded to in when she was talking about the legal cases and the jurisprudence, is actually that under DSA, the CCTLDs are considered to be intermediaries, meaning that they have or are assumed to have a role in tackling illegal content. And this is quite interesting because it obviously blurs the line between the application layer, so the hosting service providers, for example, or the platforms, and the technical infrastructure layer, which of course we are part of as providers of domain name service and obviously operating a TLD. And the DSA, nevertheless, despite the fact that it considers CCTLDs to fall under the notion of intermediary, meaning having a role in tackling illegal content, it also attempts to clarify that in case-by-case analysis, CCTLDs can also benefit from the liability exemption, meaning that that they are not always liable for something that is happening in connection to a domain name, and which is definitely a good step forward. However, we will see later how this unclarity within the law can also actually bring more problems to the technical operators. And the DSA also only concerns illegal content, which is an important point to note here, because in the pre-legislative discussions, there was also some push to include liability for harmful content, which is of course a legally very obscure and dangerous term, since there's also no consensus within the EU on what is illegal, and with harmful it would have been even more difficult. And what is also important to note, of course, is that while CCTLDs are considered intermediaries under DSA, that they could also receive judicial or administrative injunctions from the authorities to terminate or prevent any infringement, and that also includes the removal of illegal content. And of course, for the registry level, this will be equated to suspension of a domain name, although of course that will not remove the content from the internet. And I made a little also a red circle around some of the obligations that, or the so-called due diligence obligations that CCTLDs would have to comply with. Most importantly, they would have to provide annual transparent reports on the actions taking with regards to domain names. They would also need to be clear on the terms of service and when a domain name can be suspended, for example, and of course follow the orders from the national authorities. And yes, and of course, in case of the non-EU registries, then there needs to be a legal representative within EU assigned in case the service is offered to the European consumers. And very quickly, I know I'm running out of time. Center is also obviously closely following this regulatory development, and for Center, of course, and for us, the most important is that the DSA, similarly as NIS, provides clarity for the technical operators. And for this reasons, we call for explicit liability exemption reserved for DNS operators. and other intermediary services functioning on the DNS level, because we feel that at the current stage of the proposal, the law has a threat of becoming too unclear for the technical layer of the internet, and meddling with the application layer, meaning that there might be burdensome obligations on technical operators in case there is no clear liability exemption reserved for them. Because at the moment, of course, the law is not clear. It just says that it should be decided case by case, but it does not give any guidance to which liability exemption group registries can fall into. And we also call for clarification of the notion of illegal content, and also aligning the powers of the supervisory authorities and to actually adhere to the national procedural law, and also really showcase that they perform due diligence before they come to registry in order to require action when it comes to illegal content. And yes, with this, thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the questions, and I apologize again in advance for any technical difficulties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Polina. And yes, we have questions. I have questions. As someone working for a registrar, and we also have here participants representing trademark owners, intellectual property rights owners, this access to the non-public information. I mean, I have questions about the first proposed directive. Can you please go into details if possible? I mean, you mentioned this, but if you have any details, the NIS2, this requirement of Article 23, Chapter 5, information provision, I mean, how much aligned is this with GDPR? And do you believe that the legislators managed to find a compromise between the transparency and openness of data to ensure public interest and to ensure privacy and confidentiality of personal data? Thank you, Pavel. I will be answering questions in Russian. It's an excellent question. And yes, those who drafted the NIS2 believe that there is no conflict between private data and NIS2. But to our mind, the article is not clear enough. It doesn't provide full clarity on the matter. We believe that the article shouldn't be overloaded with details, for instance. This is clear. How shall I put it? Too much detail is not good as well, but yes, we believe that the article should be more harmonized with the GDPR, and GDPR should be the limiting factor to this article. The way it exists today, Article 23 is totally dissociated with the GDPR. GDPR is not mentioned there. So we believe that to get better clarity, Article 23 should reference in a more straightforward manner the GDPR. Okay, yes, thanks. Thank you for the question. Another question to you from the same field. Requesting data in Russia is somewhat challenging. The directive refers to the so-called access seekers. We have laws on lawyers, we have on the bar, we have laws on the police, but it's still not clear what the procedure should be. Sometimes there is a conflict between the registrars and the government bodies because they all believe to be compliant with the rules. But in your case, I mean, we see that there is an obligation that the data should be provided without delay at the request of the legitimate access seekers. But again, no details. Do you think that the directive should state the procedure clearly. It should define the process. It should define the time frame for the request submission and answer. Do you think that in its current shape, it will create more problems for the registries and registrars than provide answers? Right. With respect to sub-item 5, you're absolutely correct. It doesn't provide any details, as of now, at least. And yes, we would prefer a much more strict articulation of various components of this provision, including the so-called legitimate access seekers, because, like I said, we believe that only competent national authorities should be included into this list, and NIS2 does not exist in a vacuum. Therefore, in the national legislation, it should also be stated quite clearly. We need more clarity about legitimate access seekers. GDPR remains the main principle for these entities. Again, for profit organizations, I do not think that they should be included into the list, because this will create additional challenges for the registries and registrars. Once again, to answer your question, we think that it's the competent national authorities that should be able to request the non-public information, and this should be done in accordance with the national laws. Well, thank you very much for your comprehensive answer to the question. And now moving on to our other speakers, Polina and Natalia have already touched upon these topics, but still, let's say a couple of words on personal data, GDPR and domain disputes, latest practices to ensure balance between confidentiality of private data and public interests. And we will give the floor to Nikita Maltsev, a practicing lawyer with TLDCON and Partners. Hi, Pavel. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear attendees. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Can you hear me? Yes, loud and clear. Perfect. I'm very happy to have listened to the first two presentations because, Pavel, you said, you asked whether there are any correlations between Russian and European legislation. Are we seeing any common trends? Having heard what Polina had to say, I believe that we can conclude that yes, there are some common trends, and it's wonderful that all the matters that we are discussing today here in the Russian lawyer community are also relevant for other countries. Today, I wanted to focus on GDPR and the implications of GDPR for who is. GDPR also had impact on UDRP procedure. And I also want to say a few words on the current Russian judicial practice, legal practice. You know that this is the new oil, it's the new currency. It's a phrase that was coined after the European Consumer Commissioner Meglena Kuneva spoke about this in one of her presentations. Okay, as to personal data and GDPR in general, I have to say that personal private data is quite a hot topic, and the European Union is a global leader in this regulation. GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, is the golden standard in the field. It came into effect on the 25th of May 2018. So that is the starting point. And many organizations, including ICANN, had to review the internal regulations to be compliant with GDPR. GDPR is the, like I said, is the golden standard. It is the standard, the benchmark for all personal data laws everywhere. Why is it so important, not only for Europe, but for the rest of the world? Well, primarily because GDPR is extraterritorial. That is to say, its action extends not only to the European Union, but Russian companies can also be subject to GDPR if they are processing data of the European Union residents. And this is not a declaratory document. The GDPR penalties are quite high. They can be as high as 20 million euro or up to 4% of the global company's revenue. I have here a little box on the slide. Over here, you can see some of the cases and the penalties. Amazon, Google were fined incredible penalties, really. And this only goes to show how important private data, personal data is in the modern world. The personal data definition in GDPR is quite broad. You can see here that personal data means any information relating to an identified or identifiable natural person, the data subject. That's why all kinds of types of information can be considered personal data. This includes names, email addresses, location information, etc. What are the consequences? Well, if you work with this data, you can only be compliant with the law if you have legal basis, legal ground, the justification to process the data, and if you comply with the relevant procedures. So adoption of GDPR had an impact around the world, and of course, it couldn't but impact the domain industry. Today, I will consider only one aspect of this impact, the WHOIS database. The question is, would it be possible to give free access to registrants' data that was previously available in the WHOIS database? And following GDPR analysis, following public debate, the answer became clear that no, it's not possible. And the WHOIS database, according with its principles, well, we'll have to change the principles of managing WHOIS. And because of these implications, I took measures to organize public discussions and to identify possible ways for the WHOIS development. Let's see what were the options considered and where we are today. On the 12th of January 2018, 3 potential models were put forward. They had something in common. In particular, all 3 models didn't provide for a provision of data on the domain administrator to the full extent. So they set a certain limitation on the data provided, and also all 3 models suggested that data should be provided only if data seekers have some legitimate interest. So this concept of the legitimate interest or legal interest, it exists in the GDPR and also in the Russian law on personal data, but in Europe, the concept is much more advanced. So the idea is data provision. Data provision is only possible to define group of persons, persons to be certified or providing documents to confirm that they have legitimate interest to gain access to this or that data. I will not go into details of every model, but as the next step, on the 28th of February 2018, an interim model was endorsed. So following the discussions, the following model was endorsed. The data can be collected, the same data that the registrars collected before, but data provision should happen through an accreditation program, a multi-layer access that will enable disclosure of the data only to a restricted set of access seekers. And among the access seekers, law enforcement authorities were listed, and also specialists in intellectual property rights. But the interim model provided for the need of criteria and restrictions, and all these criteria and restrictions should be compiled into some accreditation program that will substantiate the legitimate interests of these persons and the requested data. Additional options were also suggested to get in touch with the registrants. Maybe we could use not a personal email, but maybe we could contact them via an anonymized email or a special web form. By 25th of May 2018, ICANN had to adopt some internal document stating the position of ICANN on GDPR compliance. And this interim specification on registration data for TLDs was adopted. The principles that I listed on the previous slides when discussing the interim model were preserved in this document, and the specification also stated that the access to a non-public registration data should be restricted, and it should be based on the legitimate interest concept. Unless, of course, it goes against fundamental rights and freedoms of the personal data holders. And also, it was agreed that a standardized model of unified access to that data should be developed and implemented in the future. Right now, this model is still under discussion. More and more new issues arise. How to verify the users? Which data can be provided? How can this be done technically? How should the users be accredited? There are many questions like this. At the moment, I do not have any information whether any final decisions have already been taken. But as far as I understand, this is the future, and will enable access to non-public data, provided that this accreditation procedure is complied with, and this so-called legitimate interest is confirmed. The impact on UDRP. The World's Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, also issued a Q&A where one of the questions was, how can we file a complaint on the UDRP if we do not have information about the registrant's identity, if we don't know who the claimant is in this category of disputes? And WIPO stated that first, GDPR shouldn't be considered a barrier to protecting your rights and interests. Even before GDPR, it was possible for the registrants to close their data using special services, certain privacy settings. And WIPO proposes the following algorithm of action to obtain full access about the registrant. First, you can contact the registrar, or you can file a complaint based on the information that you already have. After the UDRP claim is filed with WIPO, the WIPO will then contact the registrar. The registrar will have to respond to this request and provide the full information. After that, WIPO will transfer the information to the claimant, and then the claimant will be able to make amendments to the claim. And basically, that's how the procedure works. But what are the problems in this proposal? Even if we have complete information, this whole procedure prolongs the time it takes to complete the proceedings. UDRP also enables the parties to lower their costs if a single complaint is filed about several domains that are administered by the same entity or person. In the past, this information was easily obtained. In the past, from whois, we could find out the name of the registrant, domain administrator, and by merging this information, we could have merged several complaints into one, basically. But now it's becoming more difficult. WIPO took a rather flexible stand on this. They're saying that the arbiters probably should take into attention not only the whois data that's available at the time of filing the complaint, but also they could also pay attention to other features or indicators of joint control or common control, something like this. But it's still not clear how this is going to be implemented. Eurosport.bet.com. I found this out from the Coordination Center website. Very briefly, there was this dispute. The owner of the domain name didn't have anything to do to Eurosport company, to their trademark. So the arbiter's decision was not a surprise. The decision was taken to transfer the domain to the rightful rights holder. What's interesting is that the domain registrant, whose data was hidden with privacy settings, was the respondent. But it was known that this person is an affiliate of Kindred France program, and it was known that Kindred France is it's part of the sports industry. As a result, Kindred France refused to provide data about this registrant, referring to the GDPR, but still the arbiter decided to transfer the data. So again, the registrant data was not established, but the domain was transferred. Now to Russia. I think I've been talking for a long time now, right? And I will do my best to be quick in this part of the presentation. The Russian personal data law is similar to GDPR. Many of the provisions we have in common. In particular, our definition of personal data is also extremely broad. When in Russia a question arises that we need to find out who the registrant is, very often, in most cases, the rights holders would send out the so-called lawyer's request or an advocate's request. Usually, the information can be obtained this way, but in the rules for registration of national domain names, it says that the registrars have the right to do it, but they are not obliged to provide the information. Because of that, in our practice, sometimes in response to our lawyer's request, we would receive an answer stating that what you are requesting is personal data, therefore we refuse to give it out. Or sometimes we would get only partial information, not all of the information that was stated in the request of the lawyers. I did the quick research and I learned that our neighbors in Belarus, they follow a decree of the president from 2019 on certain aspects of the use of national segment of the internet. And this decree states that the registrants should provide the information to two types of seekers. First, the information is provided free and without the registrant's consent to the government bodies, to the courts, to the notary publics, and this information is provided in electronic form. They have a nationwide automatic information system. And to other persons, this information can also be provided at a written request to protect the rights of intellectual property. Usually, as a lawyer who often acts on behalf of trademark owners, I hail this provision of the law. I mean, you send out a request, and you know for certain that the answer will come. You will get the information with personal data, and this way you can protect the rights better. In terms of takeaways, GDPR definitely had a major impact on all aspects of business, including the domain industry. Today, one of the biggest questions is how will the WHOIS database change in response to the legislative innovations. I believe that the future is bright given the current level of discussion, and if we have universal access to the data, we'll be able to get data if we have legitimate interest in them. As to Russian practice, I too believe that it would be good if the registrars would be obliged to provide data upon request if the person sending out the request can confirm the legitimate interest in obtaining the information. I have another small part of the presentation on de-delegation of disputed domain names, but since Natalia covered this part already, I don't want to take more time than necessary and repeat what was already said. I'd rather take your questions. Thank you very much, Nikita. That was a very detailed presentation, a detailed analysis. There is something that I'd like to discuss right now. We received several comments from the viewers. Maxim Alzobov, for instance, has sent several interesting comments into the chat. I wouldn't be able to address all of them, but one thing that Maxim is writing, GDPR is trade it's trade protection practice really, and Russia does not recognize its extraterritorial nature. Yeah, but you know that I can update its policies with respect to registries, the register. So even if not directly, but through contractual obligations, GDPR is already part of our lives. And a question to you, Nikita. What can you say about the extraterritorial nature of GDPR and its applicability outside of the EU? And another thing that I'm still curious about, can national laws, legislation, can it learn something from GDPR? Can GDPR become a basis for national regulation, say, of requesting some data? Is this a scalable experience? I'll start with your second question. So, as far as I understood it, can GDPR be implemented into the national legislation? Well, you see, many national laws were either based on GDPR. For them, like I said, the GDPR is a kind of a gold standard or a benchmark, a kind of a reference point. I think that today there is a big gap between our national legislation and GDPR in what concerns what should be considered the most grave offense. And what I'm trying to say really is, in Russia, even until today, surprisingly, paradoxically, there is no obligation for data leakage. We hear about data leakages every day. I mean, every week at least. And on the other hand, GDPR emphasizes and underscores major personal data leakages, you know, those global infringements on the rights of the objects of personal data, or that pose a major threat to those rights. In Russia, the approach is much more formal. You can be fined by Roskomnadzor rather for the wrong text of your personal data consent form than for a data leakage. So I think that what we can learn from GDPR is really what is data leakage, what is the liability, what actions should operators take in order to protect the interests of the subject and to avoid liability, for instance, or to at least mitigate the liability if the violation occurs. As to your first question, can you please repeat? So you were asking whether no, my first question was about the extraterritorial nature of GDPR. How much really, in real terms, does it affect entities outside of the EU? Well, I think I mentioned that at the start of the presentation, but perhaps I was too vague, or I didn't explain myself well enough. It's extraterritorial, and it affects persons who are citizens of the European Union living outside of the EU. But very often, the registrar may not have sufficient information. The information is not complete, or for some other reason. A registrar will apply this standard of personal data protection to all entities with which it interacts. And indirectly, because we too have our personal data, we may too be affected by GDPR. Okay, another quick question then. Question from Anton Sergo from the chat. The obligation of the registrar to provide the information on the registrant, which law should have this provision? Well, there are different options, I agree. Right now, it is included into the rules of registration. This word may appears in the rules of registration. And as far as I remember, this position was confirmed by Roskomnadzor, and colleagues from Coordination Center sent a request to Roskomnadzor, and they confirmed that this logic is fully aligned with the Russian law on personal data. So the first step would be to perhaps change the rules of registration of domain names. And as to the law proper, well, it's open to discussion. Okay, got it. Thank you, Nikita, for your presentation and for answering our questions. Now, our next speaker is Katerina Aleni. Katerina is going to, she's from Artsenger, the Ukrainian firm, and she will make a presentation on the EU telecommunications network in the Ukraine and the impact that this law might have on the industry. Ekaterina? Hello, colleagues. It's a pleasure to see you, to hear you. Today, we will talk about the changes that are expected in the Ukrainian legislation and how we deal with the challenges facing the Ukrainian regulation and the industry because of the European directives implementation by virtue of the agreement between the Ukraine and the European Union on association. Starting from 1st of January next year, the law on electronic communication should come into effect. Next slide, please. That should implement the main principles and concepts that are reflected in the European Code on Electronic Communications. The prospective Ukrainian law follows the logic of the Electronic Communications Code of the European Union. As to what impact it's going to have on the common market, the focus will shift from mandatory regulatory requirements and the permit-based procedure for those operators who need to obtain a license or who must obtain certain permits to conduct their activity. Deregulation will provide the electronic communications providers with a possibility to operate only upon the fact of registration in the register and an application stating that these are the services that they intend to provide in the Ukraine. It means that in the Ukraine, therefore, the regulatory burden will be decreased and the control of the regulators of the participants of the electronic communications market will be alleviated. This law also introduces new procedures to protect consumer rights, and it will provide the consumers a possibility to monitor the level of electronic services provision And as consumers, they'll be able to better understand the rights, especially the rights related to control over their personal data. Another aspect of this draft law is access to the internet. The law establishes the list of the so-called universal electronic communication services, and broadband will become mandatory for the provision of these services. The service should be provided at affordable prices. If for some economic reasons in some regions, the operators or providers of the services will not be able to provide the service, then subsidies will be made available. It means that the government intends to subsidize these services and internet access. And perhaps this is one topic that is most discussed by the general public. Everyone is talking here about the so-called access to the internet, right? Next slide. Another focus of this draft law is the provision on communication secrecy and respect for private life. As these provisions were discussed by the parliament and by the general public, various civil society associations and industrial groups contributed to the drafting. In particular, the personal data of consumers of different rights and their safety was discussed, and there was this idea that special equipment should be used by the operators to safeguard the data that transfers in the telecommunications network. And through this dialogue with the public at large, the general principle was identified. The telecom providers, network providers, shall not be responsible for installing the equipment that collects the data, but if there is a request coming from the competent authorities and if there is a decision of the court, access should be provided and equipment should be installed, or they should enable the installation of the appropriate equipment by the law enforcement agencies. This access is considered to be extraordinary and it can only be made possible based on a ruling of the court. One other item that was also widely discussed is anti-spam protection and the freedom to disseminate information online. This law does not regulate liability of the telecom service providers with respect to the content of information transfer through their networks. This law references the law on e-commerce. In this law on e-commerce, the role of information intermediaries is described, as well as the grounds on which those those intermediaries can be liable to a joint and several liability for dissemination of illegal content. But this particular draft law is not introducing any innovations in this respect. As to the numbering resources, there was yet another discussion around this draft law involving internet service providers and DNS operators. Certain provisions of this law regulate assignment of numbering resources. The law says that the actual procedure should be defined by bylaws that haven't yet been adopted. The ISP Association of Ukraine noted that there should be exceptions to this rule. The addressing and the routing systems and the numbering resources that is assigned for the operation of the internet should be excluded, according to their opinion, from this legal regulation. And eventually, this amendment was incorporated into the draft law that has already been approved by the Ukrainian parliament, but hasn't yet come into effect. The law on electronic communications does not regulate the internet. This is clearly stated in the provision that defines the scope of the law. So once again, you can see that the public discussions yield results, and the internet in the Ukraine is still not overly regulated. You see that we managed to protect it, or at least we managed to protect the assignment and use of internet resources. We think that this is a very positive outcome. The internet is still regulated on the contractual basis and by international documents without additional national regulation. As to personal data, personal data was also removed from the law on electronic communications during public discussions. Now there is a draft law on personal data. The draft law sits with the parliament at the moment, and this draft law on personal data contains separate provisions on the processing of personal data by providers of electronic and telecom services. Overall, the new law on protection of personal data is based on GDPR. The draft law contains the main principles related to processing of personal data. It contains the concept of the legitimate interest. It contains a provision on appointment of an officer responsible for personal data processing, and it also provides for sanctions for non-compliance. We see that the Ukraine continues its integration and alignment with the standards of the European regulation, and I think that the trend to deregulate is also very pronounced. We see positive dynamics in resolution of domain disputes after the alternative DRP was adopted. And actually, our alternative resolution, dispute resolution procedure was based on UDRP. Initially, it was applicable only to private second level domains, but right now it's extended to some other domain zones, and third tier, third level domain zones. The IP rights holders can shorten the time it takes to settle the dispute, and at the same time, this procedure, ensures better balance between the rights and interests of the parties. This procedure really ensures the balance of interest, and the registrants can also present their arguments to defend their position. It's a procedure that definitely had a very positive impact on the ecosystem of the domain names. And basically, that is everything that I wanted to share with you today. And I, since there were speakers before me, they mentioned many of the things that are known in the Ukrainian law, and our current legal practice aims at, again, ensuring the right balance between the freedom of speech, the freedom of provision of services, and the interests and rights of intellectual property. Right, thank you very much for this excursion into national regulation. Unfortunately, I can't ask you a long question, but a quick one. We have time for that. Can you identify some aspects that are unique to this new draft law on electronic communications? Can you compare it with the European legislation maybe? What is special about the Ukrainian law? Well, I wouldn't claim that this is kind of a know-how or it's a unique law, but if you're asking me to list some special features, deregulation and equal access to infrastructure, which enables hybrid telecommunication services provision, and equal access of all telecom operators is enabled to the development of the networks and solutions. Basically, we see that this law promotes good faith competition in the market. It sets down clear rules which are based on the principles of market economy. Very well, thank you very much. Anton Sergo is our final speaker. He doesn't have a presentation, but he wanted to say a few words on UDRP and the national Russian legislation, and maybe he will summarize some of the presentations above. Anton, unfortunately, I can't give you more than 5 to 6 minutes, but I hope you'll meet with this request of ours. Yes, thank you very much. I'll try to stick to this allocated time frame. I wanted to thank the colleagues who shared their experience and their information. There are some things that I found to be new, and actually I was a bit envious of Yekaterina. I envy her in what concerns regulation of the internet, and also I'm jealous of the weather in which she finds herself right now. It's absolutely fabulous. Anyway, UDRP is well practiced around the world. We know it very well. It came into existence about 20 years ago, and therefore we can say that's a bit outdated. It's not fully in line with the modern standards or requirements. National domestic TLDs, they're using the classical UDRP. There are 44 countries like that, and there are about 40 countries today that use a version of UDRP in the CIS. Ukraine, they joined this system about 6 months ago, and Ekaterina mentioned that in her speech. There isn't a great variety between these versions, really. That's why we keep calling that system UDRP. On the other hand, GDPR that was brought into the conversation today on so many occasions has become very quickly a standard for handling of personal data again around the world because of its very special nature. And today, who is almost everywhere in the world does not contain personal data of the registrants, and of course this causes certain issues. It has been said already many times that it protected the regular user, the layman. On the other hand, it facilitates the activity of squatters. We do not see your slide. Squatters and criminals. A combination of UDRP and GDPR creates difficulties even as we speak today. For instance, when in one of the CCTLDs there is a dispute, the CCTLD joins UDPR, but the dispute can be resolved only if both parties are not residents. But if it's often not possible to find out the country of residence or registration of the registrant, who doesn't provide the data, who doesn't contain the data, because GDPR prevents it from sharing this kind of data for UDRP. There is the case, a very well-known case of wild berries. So the situation is, first, you file a complaint under UDRP, the Center of Arbitrage is going to request data from the registrar, and maybe the registrar will disclose the data, or maybe it will not disclose the data. And then if it turns out that the registrant is a resident of a particular country, then the time and money that we have already invested into UDRP goes to waste. And there are many cases like this today, which is only normal for a system that was designed 20 years ago. So, of course, the UDRP is revised slowly, gradually, but usually the changes are very pinpoint, and no one has taken any dramatic steps to review UDRP. UDRP is not connected with the national law, we know that, but of course the education, the background of the arbiters has an impact on the final decision of the UDRP. So in cases when you have to choose the arbiter, you analyze the practice, but also the nationality and the education of this arbiter. It will help you predict the attitude of the arbiter to the complaint, and also sometimes even to the personality of the complainant. UDRP that's originally was very much associated with the premises of the American law, it sometimes is not a good fit with other national systems in Russia. I don't know about our neighbors, but maybe it's just people who lost their domains didn't know that there are other possibilities for them to reclaim the domains under this procedure. But it's a question that should be dealt with at the national level. So once again, on the subject of Russian UDRP for .ru and .rf, UDRP does not apply, but the provisions and principles of UDRP were copied into the Russian judicial system 10 years ago, back in 2011. And the majority of decisions on the domain disputes contain quotes from UDRP, although the legislation contains other provisions related to the domain-related disputes. But it's a paradox of the Russian system, which often students, lawyers, researchers find quite curious. As far as I understand, Russia perhaps the only country in the world where in parallel in the legislation and the legislative, in the judicial practice and the legal practice, you have two completely different approaches to the resolution of domain disputes. To answer the question, do we have UDRP in Russia? It's both yes and no. It depends on your point of view. UDRP in Russia, recently Russia has been discussing the establishment of a national center of arbitration to consider at least CCTLD-related disputes, .ru, .rf disputes. But this kind of interest is a bit of a concern. You know that Russia is advancing into building a sovereign internet, especially in last week. We've seen much evidence towards this kind of sovereign internet, but probably will not be. It will be an administrative type of judicial procedure. But okay, colleagues, let's wait and see what happens. Maybe next year we'll be discussing a new kind of arbitration here in Russia. I try to be as optimistic as the current situation permits me to be. Well, thank you very much for your optimism. Pavel, I can't hear you. Can't you hear me? Colleagues, can you all not hear me? No, we can hear you well. Excellent. Katerina, you raised your hand. Was there something that you wanted to add? Yes, I have a remark. We brought up the matter of GDPR extraterritoriality several times during the session. There are European standards of data transfer. European Data Protection Board this summer published new recommendations on standard contractual clauses. Standard provisions, standard clauses, when data is transferred by the countries which, from the perspective of the European Union, are not compliant with the adequate data protection standard. So if you have any connection with the European Union or any companies that are subject to GDPR directly, you feel these dynamics. You feel that the liability in case of personal data leakages is strengthened. And it's strengthened via contractual terms and conditions and the distribution of liability between the parties to the contract in case of non-compliance with the rules. Today, transboundary data transfer is becoming a major issue. I mean, and it's all covered in the contracts today. Thank you, Ekaterina. That is a valid comment. Unfortunately, colleagues, we're already outside of our timing, so I'll have to bring this session to an end. Dear friends, dear colleagues, we have exhausted the agenda. You see that national and regional regulation of DNS and networks is a boiling kettle, really. So many initiatives, the European experience, the Ukrainian experience, the Russian experience, and I hope that we managed to immerse you into this theme. Wanted to thank all our speakers, wonderful content. Thank you organizers, TLD Coordination Center and all the attendees. Thank you for being with us and see you next time. My apologies and good afternoon, dear colleagues. We are ready to start session 6. Session 6 will focus on new technologies for the domain industry. We have 2 co-moderators of this session. Please welcome Alexey Rogzev, Director of the Technical Center of Internet, and Elena Voronin, General Director of MSKIX. The domain industry. If you take the domain business lifecycle from the registration of the first domain name, and as we are being informed, this happened in 1986, and so that means 35 years ago, which means that the whole industry, the whole business is quite mature. Over that time, the basic infrastructure has not changed much. There were revisions and updates, but the changes were rather conservative. Of course, some nuances, some details, the finer points, they change, and they change quite fast. For the professionals of the domain business, it's very important to monitor the industry. It's one of the key aspects that must be traced by everyone involved with the industry. We know that the internet consists of identifiers and protocols, and the family of identifiers is quite extensive. It's not limited only to domains, and we'll start with a close relative inside the family of identifiers. We'll start with DOA. It's a mature technology. It's an established technology, and yet it's not broadly adopted by the industry, by the real businesses. Now, our first speaker is Andrei Kolesnikov. Andrei represents the Internet of Things Association. Okay, hello everyone. A couple of words about the association that I head. We are called the IoT Association, and in our membership we have all kinds of companies. They are all very diverse, but one way or another they are using IoT, they're implementing IoT, including industrial IoT. Why did I agree or decide to make this presentation on a relatively old technology, the digital object architecture, the DOA? Virtually every industry and every segment of the industry needs to identify objects. We need to know what it is, who it belongs to, where it is, and we need to know this fast and cheap. Governments want to know it, businesses want to know it, companies want to know it. So we need a technology that enables us to obtain this information quickly. For a couple of years, we've been piloting a couple of projects together with the Technical Center of Internet, the TCI, and today I will be sharing the findings from these projects. But in terms of the background of this technology, DNS is not the perfect technology. And they do point to a resource. Bob Kahn, one of the founders of the internet and one of the developers of the DNS protocol, spinned off from this movement, and he said, I will produce a better, more efficient system. But having spinned off, he fell out of the mainstream, if I may call it that. Now, what is our main objective? What is it that we're trying to achieve? We need to ensure connectivity of information in the context, in a particular context, regardless of the type of platform or system that is used in the industry. So regardless of the platform where the information is located, we need to be able to establish links or correlations between different pieces of information. We need to be able to retrieve data about digital objects quickly, without complex APIs, without intermediaries, and to the depth that is established or required by the owner of the information system. The third question, the third objective, is quite practical. Who does this object belong to? What is this object, or what are its properties, where it is located? So we need to find a request into the resolution system, and we should get an answer from the relevant information system. Even if you have an identifier, you're not sure where the website is, where it's running. And of course, the system should be usable by software and by people. Usually now in the industry, it's not the people who are consuming this information. It's mainly machines or algorithms. So once again, it should be computer friendly and human readable as well. So together with the industry and together with the TCI and our IoT association, we tested several objects or several systems. But before we get to our experience proper, I wanted to refer to the experience of our Chinese colleagues. They too are actively using this system. Starting from the second line here, the transportation industry, logistics, the ports are connected to the system. Power generation, food processing industry, and retailers to confirm the content, the ingredients in the foodstuffs. Oil and gas, healthcare, machine building, almost anything can be identified using the system. One last thing, workflows, last item on the list. One of the best known systems that uses this technology, DOI, Digital Object Identification. I think you all know it. All books or magazines or scientific publications, they have this identifier. DOA is the very same protocol, the digital object identification, the same standard. It's just that you perceive it from a slightly different perspective. But as part of our pilots, we identified meters and other IoT devices. How it works? Well, it's all straightforward. There's the identifier and there is the handle, the identifier, and there is some metadata structure that's behind it. Can you show us the slides, please? And there is a link, the URI link to the digital object. The data schema presents the information in the context, and the handle contains meta information that is resolved. It's a word. I don't think I need to explain what it means. It's resolved. You should understand it. So we have data about the object. We use JSON because it's easy to use. Second, we register the objects in the handle system using the URL. The organizers, can we please have the slides on the screen? So the registration of the objects in the handle system with the URI attribute, and then we call the JSON object. So you see, it's all very, very simple. Now, why did we decide to look into this technology? What drove us? Well, we are all very practically minded people. We know that there are specific problems. There are thousands and hundreds of thousands of proprietary IT systems out there. According to Gartner or some other such research, when you are developing an IT system, up to 40% of the cost of your design is compatibility costs. So if you are designing an IT system that you want to be compatible with other IT systems, 40% of the cost that you are spending will be to ensure this compatibility. And again, you need to know there are billions of IoT devices out there. You need to know what these devices are and who they belong to. And if there is RFC, then okay, it's an open source kind of initiative. And we thought, well, actually, they have a distributed architecture. It looks very much like a domains. It's just they do not have a single root. And secondly, the principles, the worldview of this technology is very similar to the DNS system. We also use the 1255 protocol on trusted digital objects. Alexei, can we have the slides, please? So this is how it works. There is the DONO Foundation that authorizes registers, or rather registrars. The information is identical in all of these cells, but there is no single list of root servers similar to what IANA has. And there are local resolvers, local handle services, local registers, global registers and local registers. And those registers, local ones, contain the handles that are being resolved and that point to this or that identifier. Over here, 77.iot/12345, if you resolve it, you will get to an IoT website. It's shown here as an example. Yeah, it looks like DNS, its operation is similar. It should be pointing not to a site, but to a digital object. We did it just for a joke. Many routes, local resolutions are handled by local servers. They operate in a specific space. 77, for instance, on 49, 49 is a prefix. To the left is your route to the local resolver. To the right is a unique identifier. So 49 is the prefix. 77 IoT is the test prefix. This is the prefix of our association. 77.IoT. It's a bit confusing because there is a recommendation, a guideline that says that handles should not be semantic. Why do you need semantic? There shouldn't be any semantic meaning or content because they are not domains. You don't need. But if we go into production, of course, it will not be 77 IoT. It will be 77007 or something like that. Again, for the look of it, the beauty. But the identifier is persistent, it's constant, and it doesn't depend on the content or the information on the object. And the objects of the resolution aren't websites, but they are digital objects, JSON or XML or any digital document, or it can be multimedia or streaming or a process that is called, that is initiated as the request of this identifier. This system is global, the system of address resolutions, and it's separate from the information systems that describe the objects. It's the owner of the information system that decides what kind of data to transfer to answer the incoming request. Let's take a look at a simple example. QR codes. QR codes are in fashion these days. QR code is a URL, in fact, that you scan with your smartphone and it takes you to some proprietary system. There aren't any resolutions there. It's just a coded URL. Over here, it's different. QR code contains a handle, an identifier, or an API call, the URL of this identifier. And this is a global system, like I said, and it doesn't depend on whether the site is still up or it's dead, it's down. You will still be receiving at least some information about this object. In the properties of the handle itself, you can determine the list of the minimal information to be provided. Another thing is no one knows the structure of the information that you are calling or requesting. The system decides it itself. It's the owner of the system that decides it. And probably this is the the biggest challenge related to this technology, and not just this technology. If your information is formalized, if it has a structure, if it has a description, then you will be able to operate it in the context. But if you are receiving something that you do not know what you're going to receive, of course, it's not easy. But if you know just the identifier, if you read the label that contains the handle, you will be able to guarantee that you will receive a machine machine readable or human readable information. Here is a case. I don't know if you can see it on Zoom, probably not, but we launched a chatbot based on this technology. That's what we did with LP1 controllers. In fact, this is, no, Zoom can't see anything. And SRT that is owned by GLONASS. This is the exercise that we did with them, but we didn't start with handles and the resolving. We decided with formalizing the description of this meter. It's a meter, in fact, and we spent most of the time to agree between ourselves on the actual description on how it should be described, this device, so that it meets the requirements of the decree of the government, number such and such, that regulates individual metering devices. So we decided to be extremely formal about it. We went to the register of the certified devices. We looked at the structure of the key fields there, and we repeated the structure, replicated the structure of JSON, the information system that provides information about this device in the very format that is prescribed by this regulation. At the top here, we see the identifier, right? The title, the description, what it is. It's a water meter, such and such, and the metadata that is contained in the identifier itself. We are not going into the information system, not yet, but we're already getting some important information. For instance, we've got a modem identifier. We can add a serial number. We can also add the phone number of the owner. And after that, you see the link data. This is the digital object. And in the digital object, if it's JSON, you can add lots of URIs that will be asking for a login, or that will be attached to a tag. This is to the left, you see the JSON, and to the right, you see the human readable Telegram bot representation view. We have many cases like this. For instance, here is a vehicle. We know that every vehicle, a bus, I don't know, a car, they have VIN numbers. Of course, this is a non-existent bus. I mean, it's already retired. It's somewhere in the landfill, but the date is accurate. The date is from the old documents from this bus. And again, you see here the handle itself and the metadata that you can retrieve from the link. Here is the description of this bus with all its characteristics. And all of this, of course, is then assembled in a QR code. So what did we do? Alexei is sitting next to me and he's nodding, importantly, because many things were taken care of by the internet, by the Technical Center of Internet. Now we have a global system managed by the TCI. Rostelecom is one of is primary administrator of one of these systems with the root prefix 77. Here we have two resolving servers, local servers. One of them is protected by защита info or managed by защита Infotrans. This is for testing, and the local resolving server controlled by the IoT Association. Our prefix is 77 IoT, and we have a Telegram bot, and you can add, or you can scan a QR code with a handle and will return to you some data. And we also have a mobile client for Android to read QR codes. Now, the findings and the takeaways. We've got good news and bad news. The system of global resolution works. The local system is quite easy to set up and it's quite easy to control, yet there are problems. The problems are always on the side of the information, on the handles. If you go into any industrial classifier, chemical reagents for the petrochemical industry, the classifiers are chaotic. Formally, the information is out there. Officially, the information exists, but DOA is the only beautiful example when people agreed that the classifier of scientific publication should follow this formal structure, DOA, and the whole world complies. But in other industries, perhaps there are some proper classifications, but in Russia, it's a mess. And I've been to I've reviewed a host of various industrial classifiers, classifications for the chemical industry, for the healthcare industry. It's a mess. The Donor Foundation is the center that sells those routes to the country operators or to other companies. They have not transformed into an ICANN analog. We have to be honest about that. Bob Kahn had a wonderful dream. Let's set it up in Switzerland, it's not the United States. Sanctions, no sanctions. He was thinking about it back then, many years ago, but there's still no community around Donor Foundation. All the meetings are quite boring and sad. Sometimes you would learn about some interesting case from some quasi-scientific organization that can do some beautiful things with this technology. They know how to handle it, but it cannot be mass-produced. It cannot be scaled. Apart from China, China has billions of those identifiers, but the Chinese never share the information. They will never share the information. They keep it to themselves, and they're saying, "We've got 6 billion handles. Oh, great! How does it work? We will not tell you. The software is outdated. It was designed a long time ago. The server license only causes questions." So to bring the story to an end, this technology doesn't seem to have any global future, at least for as long as the Donor Foundation exists in its current shape. Locally, yes, there is some future. It's a good. It's got a good REST API, and you can write the transport layer quite easily. But no one wants to do it, and that doesn't want to be ported. Probably for reason number one, because globally this technology doesn't seem to have a good future. Thanks. Thank you very much, Andrei. We received questions. Are there any policies or data use policies for data identifiers for the users? We have DNS policies. Why do we need another one? Well, okay, basically the question is, DNS, is it a competitor to DOA? And DNS is a technology that we know in and out, while DOA, is it an open technology or not? Okay, DOA, of course, in the political battles, the ITU territory or somewhere, sometimes the Arab countries and sometimes even Russia, they would stand up and say, ICANN is wrong and Donor Foundation is right. These technologies are not comparable. They are different. You use DOA to resolve final, ultimate, terminal digital objects, not sites. A digital object in the IoT, for the IoT, it's an easy thing to do. Anyone can install it and work with it. In IoT, there are one of the biggest problems is that it has a multitude of proprietary identification systems. There are different consortia who are developing those classifiers. You can Google it. There are some wonderful technologies combining cryptography and resolving and identification, and all of this happens globally. UID, for instance, everyone uses that. And what was the second question? Is it an open technology? Everyone says it's an open technology, but you start reading the license carefully and you see that it has so many caveats. CNRI is the author. It's sub-licensed to the donor foundation. In the donor foundation, they too have their own restrictions. And when you get to the root or the country implementation, there is a gap. Like, you give me a license to use LHS, it's the same software. And this entropy accumulates. It doesn't work very well. If it were open source, pure open source, it would be wonderful. But Bobcat, for some reason, is not doing it. Is he afraid of this technology being stolen from him? Who needs it? No one is going to steal it. And the technology for the people, not for the people. Dmitry Burkov sent a comment. He loves DOA. That's what he wrote. I love DOA, DOA, and I love Burkov. Right. It's not for the. It's not a service for the people. It's not a service for the people. It's a fact of life. And I too have several questions. Okay, so it's not really an open technology. You can use it, and it's a license says that, yeah, you can kind of use it, but subject to certain constraints. But DOA, DNS, are they competitors? DNS is for the people. They are not competitors. Not competitors. Okay, wonderful. Later today we are going to have a presentation. No, I tell a lie. It's not going to be a presentation, but the TCI published an article on its website on the use of DNS for non-DNS purposes. Yeah, you can use DNS in the Internet of Things. I saw how it works with my own eyes, but it's an exotic application. But DNS is used in the IoT everywhere. Any I don't know, concentrator, a connected one uses DNS. Okay, in the world, if we do not consider China, apart from China, are there any good examples? DOI, digital object identification. It's a structured system that references scientific publications, articles, papers, books. They've got hundreds of millions of records and objects, and it works beautifully. It's just that this technology, well, technology is all very well, but most of the effort went into formalizing the logic and the description of the logic of the publications and the format of the record. It's an ecosystem, really. And of course, identification is its core, but it's a huge ecosystem. So the main problem is in having a standard, writing a standard, not a technical one, but an object standard, the applicability of a particular technology in a particular area. Well, I would say, as a technical person myself, I think that the problem is not in the ecosystem. If you take bind or you take DNS applications like DNSSEC, anything, EPP, the protocol, they're all open source, they are open standards. Hundreds of thousands of people are working on them, they're developing them, they're improving them, updating, revising, you are getting new cases. Anyone can publish the case or download the case and test it out, try it out. In DOA, you can't do it. I wouldn't point you to a repository and say, here is for the haulers, or this one is for metering devices. Download the model. Here is the Java applet or a server. You run it, it works. No, we don't have repositories like this. You have to do everything yourself. No one shares nothing with anyone, including the Chinese. Thank you very much, Andrei, for this exciting presentation. And we will be getting ahead with the presentation. Oh, I'm sorry, with the agenda. Recently, the internet security, online security, has become one of the most urgent topics. And our next speaker is the leading analyst of TCI, Technical Center of Internet, Alexander Venedyukhin. He'll talk about the implementation of TLS certificates at the VUNET sites. And that's one other side of the internet security.
Сейчас я попробую включить презентацию. Так.
Okay, let me share the screen.
Видно?
Do you see it?
Слышно, видно вообще, нет?
Do you hear me? Can you see it? Yeah, both.
Ну, я расскажу о тенденциях.
But we couldn't see the previous presentation.
Можно будет посмотреть мою.
Okay, please enjoy mine instead of the earlier presentation then.
Какова современная ситуация с внедрением
Okay, I will
в Рунете. И, ну, TLS вообще основной сейчас транспорт защиты информации.
I will focus on TLS. TLS today is the main means of protecting information in the transport layer. There will be several aspects covered in the presentation: TLS HTTPS, TLS and DNS interaction. Since this, I mean, DNS is the main topic of this conference. I'm using the data from StatDom. If you don't know this project, it's a TCI project. Alexandra, you haven't selected Russian in your translation settings. You please need to select Russian. Where do I select Russian? Please go to the bottom bar of your screen. Please find a globe there. I'm not seeing a globe, actually.
Нет, я не вижу значок глобуса.
I do not see a globe.
Ну, справа снизу
to the right, at the bottom, well, to the right at the bottom, you can see my screen, right? No, please, this is, no. Please, where you have screen share at the bottom, please stop sharing your screen for now. Now, you should be able to see a little globe icon.
Нет, я не вижу
to the right.
снизу значка глобуса.
No, I don't see it. I'm sorry. Next to the screen share. Next to the screen share, to the right of it. What do you have next to the screen share?
У меня здесь вот вообще, по-моему, этого значка в прошлый раз мы тоже его искали, по-моему, его нет.
Last time we tried to find it. I think that in the Linux client it doesn't exist. I see participants chat, share screen, record, and join breakout room. And also leave the red button. And then I have chat. We have it in the browser. Well, probably in the browser, but I can't do it via the browser. Just a second. Are you ready? Yep. Can I share the screen again? Or okay, let's start.
Так, можно продолжать, да?
Okay, shall I continue then?
Вообще меня кто-нибудь слышит, потому что
Can anyone hear me? Because I'm not getting any feedback. Yeah, we can hear you and we can see you. Thank you. I can hear you, but the volume is quite low. Okay, I'll try to shout then. StatDom is the source of statistics that I am going to use and that I used since we spent some time on resolving these technical issues. I'm going to skip this slide and I'll move to...
К сути дела. То есть Я попробую сказать о тенденциях, которые
go directly to the
заметны в
heart of the
развитии
matter.
ТЛС в Рунете и
There are certain
о том,
trends
как
with
складывается вообще
TLS and
ситуация. То есть
RUNET.
в целом пока
Let's
что Рунет
take a look at
похож
the current
на
dynamics.
глобальный
RUNET today
интернет, и, в
is
общем,
similar to what's
тенденции
happening in the
те
global
же.
internet. It's the
Как будет
same
дальше, мы
trends.
посмотрим.
We are
Ну,
going to
начну
see
я
what
с первой
happens
тенденции. Это
next,
то,
but
что
let's start with the very
HTTPS
first trend.
наконец-то стал,
HTTPS
уже можно
finally,
смело сказать, что
and we can
HTTPS стал,
say
в
this for
общем-то,
sure,
единственным на практике
HTTPS has
протоколом для
become
веба.
the
Ну, возможно,
only
это я тут
web
играю роль капитана
protocol
очевидность.
in practice. And
Чтобы
probably, well, you
быть
can call me
менее
Captain
похожим на
Obvious,
этого капитана, я
but
взял вот график
unlike Captain Obvious,
динамики прироста
I
количества узлов
am
в TLS в вебе.
citing
То есть здесь я
this
все рассказываю в разрезе
chart.
именно веба.
This is the
Это
number of TLS
443
nodes
TCP+,
growing in the
HTTPS.
web. This is
Вот.
HTTPS.
И
It's this
здесь
segment.
хорошо видно, что
And you
с
can
2015
see
года, ну, то есть тут статистика
clearly,
год к году за
this is
июнь
year on year as
месяц.
of
В
July of
2015
every
году
year.
мы
In
видели
2015,
узлов с корректно
we
настроенным
saw
TLS для веба где-то там какие-то
about,
десятки
I don't
тысяч, ну,
know,
менее 50 тысяч.
less than
Уже в
15,000
2019 году более
TLS nodes
где-то около 800 тысяч.
for the web.
Прирост
And
более чем в
in
10
a few
раз. Я думаю,
years,
что вот если на этом же интервале времени
the growth
смотреть,
achieved
то
was more than
никакая
tenfold.
другая
Over the same time
технология в
horizon, probably
интернете
no
такого
other
прироста не демонстрирует.
technology managed to demonstrate
То
the
есть
same kind of
очень
growth
быстро,
rate
по меркам интернета вообще
in the
мгновенно
internet. In
HTTPS
internet
захватил
time,
основную массу ресурсов. То есть если вспомнить, как вот
HTTPS
другие
captured
похожие технологии
the
внедрялись,
majority
то
of
они
resources.
занимают
Again,
часто
if you throw your
десятилетия,
mind
ну,
back to
хотя
other
бы DNSSEC
technologies
можно
like
привести
DNSSEC, it
в
took it
пример.
decades to
Вот. У
capture
меня
the
нет
market.
статистики по трафику,
I
но
do not have
можно
statistics on
так вот
traffic,
руками поразмахивать и
but
предположить, что, конечно,
my
сейчас уже
educated guess
HTTPS
is
трафик,
today
он
HTTPS
просто по
traffic
объемам не сравним с HTTP,
in
потому что основные,
volume
ну,
is
хотя
not
бы потому,
even
что основные
close
генераторы
to
трафика,
HTTP because the main
видеохостинги,
traffic
например,
generators,
YouTube, они,
video
естественно, работают
hosters like
только через
YouTube,
HTTPS.
of course, run only
Ну, как
HTTPS.
еще можно это увидеть? Вот мы изначально
What can be our other
собирали
indicators?
при сборе данных от TLS, мы
When
не
collecting data on
опрашивали
TLS,
различные такие
we did
специальные
not
массовые
query
веб-сервисы, ну, типа доменных
mass
парковок и
web
тому
services like
подобных
domain
вещей.
parking sites and
В 2015
similar
году
resources.
там
In
не было, в
2015,
подавляющем большинстве случаев, там не
again, in
было
the majority
корректного
of cases,
HTTPS.
they didn't
И
have
мы
a valid
использовали,
or a
вернее,
correct
учитывали
HTTPS.
при подсчете статистики
So
только,
when
ну,
doing
как
our
бы такие
statistics,
развитые сайты, чтобы это не
we
значило.
took into account
И
only
они
well-developed
очень быстро
websites.
росли, но
However you
после, как
define
видно в
well-developed.
гистограмме, после 2019 года там
You
наметилось
see
некое
it clearly,
замедление.
but
Ну,
after
что это означает?
2019, there was a
Я
little
думаю, что
somewhat
это
slowdown
означает,
in
что
the rate of
основная
growth.
масса реальных
Probably
сайтов
that means
уже
that
успешно перешла на HTTPS, и
most
больше там
of the
переходить
real
некуда. Потому
websites
что по
have
нашим
already
оценкам
migrated
таких
to
вот
HTTPS,
живых именно
and
сайтов,
according
то есть
to
у
our
которых много
estimates,
страниц, и которые
if there is a
именно
website that has
могут
many pages and it's
увлекаться
a
какой-то
living
иерархической
entity and they are
информацией,
publishing
вернее,
some
информацией в
hierarchical
иерархическом
information, or
виде,
rather they are publishing information in a
их
hierarchical
около миллиона.
manner, there are about
Соответственно,
1
они
million
все
websites like
уже
that.
достаточно
And
давно
basically all of them
стали использовать HTTPS.
have been
Когда
using
мы
HTTPS
подключили
for a long
учет
time. When we
парковок и прочих таких вот
added
простых хостингов,
parkings
получился некоторый
and
скачок.
other
Ну, вот здесь он
simple hostings,
обозначен
we
в
saw an
2021
increase.
году. То есть
You see it
из
between
этого
the years
хорошо видно, что и они
2020
тоже
and
подтянулись. Ну,
2021.
понятно,
It
почему они
tells you that
подтянулись, потому
they
что по
too
сравнению там,
have
ну, с
joined
2000
the
каким-нибудь
show
лохматым годом, вы даже,
compared to
наверное,
earlier
2015,
years like 2015.
появился Let's Encrypt.
Now
Let's Encrypt начали
we
массово
have Let's
использовать.
Encrypt,
В первую
and
очередь это изменило финансовые
it
затраты,
went
потому что там
into,
бесплатный сертификат, ну
you know,
и
it
плюс
became mass market.
некая
The
автоматизация.
certificates
И
are
вот эти
free.
вот
It ensures some
массовые такие
automation,
сервисы
and
дешевые, они,
all these
конечно, используют Let's
mass market
Encrypt, и
services,
за счет Let's
the cheap
Encrypt
ones, they use
они
Let's Encrypt, and because of Let's Encrypt,
Это тоже
we
важный
register
фактор, к которому я
this
еще вернусь. И для
growth
это очень важно
in
то, что у нас
the number
предлагает
of
один
TLS
вычисляющий
nodes.
центр. В чем еще это проявляется? Ну, если мы посмотрим на сроки действия сертификатов,
What else can we consider? If you look at
то сейчас
the
подавляющее
valid RUNET certificates and their validity period. The majority of them have a lifetime of 3 months. This is mainly due to the fact that Let's Encrypt certificates are for 3 months. Here you can see that this is a logarithmic scale. And that's why the 3-month certificates, we have more than 1 million of them. While if you also add certificates for 12 months and 13 months, we have only 100,000, maybe less than that. So much fewer. In 2015, it was not the opposite situation, but in those years, short-lived certificates basically did not exist. So this is something that in the near future I would expect. Well, I would expect that the certificates will become shorter and shorter lived. They will be issued for a shorter period of time, and maybe we will see certificates for only 1 month, and the certificates that have a longer validity will be, since this is web and the browsers play a role there, the browsers will just consider certificates that are longer than 1 month non-valid. I think there is a good probability that this will happen. And this is the certifying census. In .ru, we have about 1.7 million TLS nodes. And for them, for the whole RUNET, the certifying center is Let's Encrypt, because 85% are signed by Let's Encrypt. This is an interesting fact, but it's a global trend, really. Because Let's Encrypt is conquering the world, not just RUNET. And the rest, that's domain workings and other resources. If you look at the big sites, Let's Encrypt is more rare there, but you don't get a lot of really big websites. On the other hand, if you enter an HTTPS website that has been around for a long time, probably you'll find Let's Encrypt there as well. And towards the end of the presentation, here is something that I also wanted to share with you. We've got this technologies, ESNI, ECH. These are technologies that are used to mask the name of node to which a connection is established. I'm mentioning them here because they use DNS as the key storage and as a service that allows clients to find the keys, and ESNI is a measurable entity. This is data for July. There are about 300,000 zones with correct ESNI records. This is how many we found. You may think that this is not a big number compared to the total number of delegated domains. But if you remember that we have about 1 million of well-developed, mature websites in RUNET, 300,000, that is 1/3 of the total number. But again, all of this, there are some exceptions. So one zone, one node. All of this, there's just one exception. The rest are Cloudflare, because as an experiment, they decided to support ESNI automatically, and everyone who's delegated Cloudflare received this support. On the client side, Firefox is the participant of this experiment. This technology itself transformed into ECH. ECH is a more progressive tool. Firefox is going to drop ESNI and will start supporting ECH. ECH is curious because it's part of a wider movement that wants to use DNS to introduce a kind of a connection discovery, I guess, some kind of a tool that enables clients to send one or two queries and obtain a lot of information about the service with which the client intends to establish a connection. It's not like now, record, there's a browser, you start knocking on it, but they will be getting the keys, they will be getting reserved CD and IPs and other stuff. This technology is not a technology, it's a stack of technologies really will enable hidden services. And I'm not talking Another thing, this is also TLS, and this is what people are talking about. So they quite loudly. It's a low technology. In RUNET, probably it's something unique for RUNET. A lot of effort is put into making these technologies popular, into promoting them. If you go to some mass media website, you will probably read DNS over TLS, it's come to the rescue, or on the contrary, it will bury us, or it was blocked, or it was permitted. Maybe. No, I mean, even in the editorials of non-technology resources, you sometimes encounter these acronyms. We haven't yet counted or measured the prevalence of these technologies in RUNET, but we know that on the browser side, they are supported by Firefox. The main providers are Cloudflare, and probably since an average user has already heard about them, probably in RUNET, probably everyone has already heard about these technologies. I think that the stars are on their side, and they will triumph. Well, they will either triumphantly enter, or they will triumphantly exit the Russian market. DNS over TLS should also be used on the authoritative servers. But unlike the last mile, these cases are very rare, but I know that Facebook and Wikipedia are doing it. You can check it yourselves. They are supporting it on their authoritative service. And cryptography, Ghost cryptography. Ghost is Russian national standard. There were many changes introduced to the rules in the last year. Now, on the server side, even not very skilled admin can have a Ghost TLS using open source tools like OpenSSL, for instance. OpenSSL is the main tool. On the client side, things are a bit more difficult. The browsers, to have an inbuilt correct support, I don't know of the browsers that would provide it, but Yandex browser, out of the more modern versions, you tick just one box and you can enable Ghost crypto, but they need a crypto provider. But crypto provider means additional software, and often mundane user will not have access to those providers. Maybe Ghost DNS can be also operated by websites as an additional tool if we could solve the problem with the client. I'm just having this idea. I'm just really thinking out loud. These are my final remarks, really. We have this service to audit security. You can go to audit.statdom.ru. You can get an audit of TLS settings, not just TLS, but also DNS and email. And you can also, like in the DNS audit, you can see if authoritative service bought DNS over TLS. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, now I can hear myself, and I hope people can also hear us. Oh, unfortunately, we are behind the schedule, and that's why I will ask you only one question. But I will try to incorporate all the questions that we received to you into one question, okay? So it looks like there is a cannibalization by Let's Encrypt. So that's one part of the story. And the other part is, it looks like commercial sensors are dying out, fading out. Let's Encrypt uses RSI, and others are using. So the question is, Let's Encrypt. Would it be right to say that Let's Encrypt, in fact, is killing cryptography as represented by EDCA?
Интересный вопрос, да. Ну, я не думаю, что у них стоит цель
It's an
губить
interesting
TLDCA. Я не очень
question. I
понимаю,
don't think
почему
that
они
that's their
никак не
objective.
ведут
I
именно
don't
эллиптическую часть. У них есть уже и
understand why
промежутки, ну, в смысле,
they're
промежуточные
still
сертификаты есть соответствующие,
refusing elliptics,
по-моему,
and
корень есть,
I
и
think
они
they have
этого
an interim
обещают уже
certificate.
года,
They have a root
да,
as
по-моему,
well,
прямо с
and they've been
самого
promising
создания
this
они
since, I don't
обещали
know,
это
since
TLDCA,
inception.
да, но
Probably
нет. Но
they've
я не
been
думаю, что
promising.
цель тут стоит победить именно эллиптическую криптографию.
ETDCA, I don't think that they're trying to kill elliptical cryptography. I don't think that that's their objective. But if you need ETDCA, then probably you have to go to some commercial certifying center. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, Alexander. Our next speaker is Roy Ahrens, the leading researcher of the Office of the Technical Director of ICANN. And his presentation will be on retrieving information from the DNS root zone. Like all hierarchical systems, DNS has a root, and we are very concerned about its proper operation, because which depends on its health. And new ways of getting information from the root zone is a topic on everybody's mind. Over to you.
Hi, my name is Roy Ahrens. Thank you so much to the TLDCON organizers for having me today. Yes, as I was introduced, I was trying to get my slides up. Hopefully everything is visible. So I'm going to talk about a hyperlocal root zone and what it specifically means. So first, about the term hyperlocal. Hyperlocal relates to hyperlocal is relating to or focusing on matters concerning a small community or geographical area. And in history, it's used in the context of local news and weather forecasting, etc., etc. Now, with the onset of mobile phones in the last basically 2 decades, and smartphones in the last 15 years, is more generally used in the context of provisioning data for weather or maps or local services. And so this term is we're going to use for a hyperlocal root zone. It is nothing else than a resolver that uses that uses a locally available root zone instead of the root service itself. So the idea is basically to copy the root zone inside a local resolver or close to a local resolver. So you are not dependent anymore on root hints, but you have all the information locally. So at ICANN, the Office of the CTO have done a study of this and looked at the benefits and the drawbacks of using this technology. The concept of hyperlocal root zone is definitely not new. It is not invented by ICANN. It is suggested by Paul McApetris. Paul McApetris is one of the people he is the person who invented the DNS. He suggested this in 2003, and it's been suggested by many other people since. This has already been researched in 2004. There are many user groups. If you look on the internet, many user groups suggest that you can do this, serving a root zone locally. Some big operators already do this, and so at ICANN we thought it was time for a technical analysis. So we focus on 5 different elements of deploying a hyperlocal root zone: query privacy, root zone integrity, query latency, telemetry, and operational complexity. So let's start with query privacy. RFC 6973 states that DNS servers are observers. And in that context, it basically is an entity that can observe and collect information from communications and potentially posing privacy threats. We know that DNS data is collected passively at observation points. We know that DNS data is kept for a long time and distributed to third parties. We know there's no transparency about how DNS query data is collected, stored, processed, analyzed, used, shared, and sold. We also know on the good side is that query minimization and aggressive negative caching helps to preserve privacy. A hyperlocal root zone avoids the need to send queries to the root servers, which basically means that a query that is not sent is a query that can't be collected. On root zone integrity, as many of you know, with regards to DNSSEC, is that the bulk of the records in the root zone are not DNSSEC signed. None of the delegation point NS records and glue records have signatures in the root zone. Only DS records and NSEC records in the root zone, they have signatures. Additionally, there is no transport security between root servers and resolvers. So a hyperlocal root zone provides better integrity than individual responses coming from root servers. However, it's provided that the root zone is securely retrieved or securely checked. Currently, you can do this with HTTPS, PGP signatures, or TSIG. And in the future, hopefully, you can do this with a DNSSEC validated ZoneMD records. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Query latency. This is not a big thing. Queries to the root have a certain latency, often in the double digits. Of course, queries to a local root zone are very, very quick. But it's only for those queries that have not been cached before. And there's always, of course, the first one that's not cached. So a query to a root zone is often a resolver's first query in a series, and it technically blocks the rest of the series. You need to have an entry point first before you can resolve the rest. Looking at root zone traffic, we know that about 68% of queries to the root zone return NX domain. This is because, for instance, in the past, it's now getting better. Chrome browsers send a large amount of nonsense labels or random labels, which cost a lot of processing. So these responses will be cached, causing memory consumption in caching resolvers. Root servers spend a lot of time answering these queries. It's not a problem, though. I mean, they can handle the traffic, but still, it costs. And Google is working to fix this. Additionally, hyperlocal root zones, they lower latency of the traffic, causing better throughput for all queries. But to be honest with you, it's only fractional. It's only, as an end user, you will hardly notice this. So reduced telemetry. So as some of you know, traffic to root zones are collected in a project called DITL, Day in the Life of the Internet. And it is a fertile ground for DNS research. And it helps to get some interesting telemetry data, such as the deployment of new features, the deployment of v4 versus v6, UDP versus TCP, etc., etc. All of that, when you don't send queries to root servers, you won't have that information. However, subsequently, they can be observed elsewhere, like in the ARPA zone or in top-level domains. Now I'm going to discuss with you elements of deployments. So in order for you to use a root zone locally, you need to think about, where do I get this root zone from? Do I get this from root server operators? Some root server operators you can do a zone transfer from. Do I get this from the IANA function? Do I get this from the root zone maintainer? In terms of transport, how am I going to get this? Do I get this through HTTPS, zone transfer, AXFR, or via FTP? How do I know that the root zone is correct, right? Do I use ZoneMD plus DNSSEC in the future? If I want to do this now, can I use PGP and TLS? Timely updates. The root zone is renewed twice a day. So, and sometimes more often than that. So that means need to have a new copy of the root zone at least twice a day. So how do I make sure that I use the latest root zone? You can use something like Notify if you use local root from ISI. But independent of Notify, you should check anyway if you have the latest root zone. And then there is the subject of a fallback mechanism. What do I do if serving a hyperlocal root zone fails? So in that case, you have to make sure that you use the root incident. That leads us to, all of these elements leads us to the operational complexity of hyperlocal. So the current root zone, the current security provisioning is actually cumbersome. The only viable way is using local root, which offers TSIG. Local root is a project from ISI. But they're using TSIG, and TSIG is a shared secret. And if you understand cryptography a little bit, then you understand that a shared secret doesn't scale well. You could get the root zone from internet.net, in which case you can use HTTPS, but that uses TLS certificates that are guaranteed by CertiCon, and CertiCon is not IANA or any of the other players in that field. You can still use PGP, but that is cumbersome, especially in an automated environment. And how do you roll the PGP key, etc., etc. Then there is local disk management. For instance, you fetch the root zone when you do a hand roll deployment. You fetch the root zone. If you mess up your zone file write rights, that basically means it can be overwritten. If you then use a cron job to overwrite these root zones, you might not notice that you don't get a new root zone. Now, some of this is actually addressed by modern implementations. Each implementation, such as not DNS and bind, they have its own method. The remaining issue is that cryptographic zone file integrity is still a problem until a ZoneMD record is deployed in a root zone. There are a few ways to deploy a hyperlocal root zone. One way is that the resolver itself serves the authoritative data. Bind can actually do this. RFC 7706, which is the precursor to RFC 8806, had a configuration that did this. If you use local root from ISI, they actually ship a configuration that you can use in Bind. The issue is that clients, those are, for instance, laptops using the local resolver, they may not see the AD bit on root zone content from the resolver. I'm not sure that's an issue, but it is handy to see it, especially when you do debugging. Then you can basically use, so the resolver can basically be configured to use a local authoritative server for the root zone. You can do this on loopback, or you can use it as an internal mirror version of a local root zone deployment. Uses this configuration. So a bind uses the concept of a mirror zone. Another way to do this, and this is quite novel, is the way not resolver does this. It basically primes the cache with the root zone. So it fetches the root zone twice a day, or you can set your own timeout. It then primes the cache with the information from the root zone as if it fetched this individually. And this times out nicely. It then reprimes it once a day. So this is actually a fairly safe way to make sure that you have a fallback. So in conclusion, a hyperlocal root zone is not new. It has been deployed for years. I know of some big resolver operators that actually use the concept of a hyperlocal root zone. Recent software makes a hyperlocal root zone deployment easier. There are benefits such as better integrity, privacy, and a small benefit, a really small benefit of decreased latency. There are also drawbacks. We lose telemetry at observation points, and it also increases operational complexity for local resolvers. There is still work to be done to make sure that a hyperlocal root zone can be deployed securely in the form of ZoneMD. ZoneMD is a resource record that is basically a hash over each individual record in the root zone. That hash is then placed in the ZoneMD record, and the ZoneMD record is subsequently signed by the zone signing key, which is subsequently signed by the key signing key. And the key signing key, hopefully, is deployed locally in a resolver, so you have a full chain of trust. The other thing we need to work at is to make sure that a hyperlocal root zone can be available in a sustainable way. So it needs to be more available, maybe via a pool of root zone publishers. We know that some of the root zone operators, root server operators make the zone available. There's a lot more information that other than I divulged here in this presentation, which can be found in Octo 27. Octo stands for the Office of the CTO of ICANN. 27 is the subsequent paper we published about this subject. That's really it. So if you have any questions, let me know. Let me up the volume of my microphone so I can hear you for my headset so I can hear your questions. And thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. And yes, we have a question from the audience. Do you have any ideas on how the hyperlocal system like this can be distributed? Any ideas for distribution of hyperlocal systems?
Okay, so hyperlocal is fairly new. The concept of hyperlocal is fairly old. The way we want to approach this as ICANN is as a solution, because, for instance, Anycast currently is brilliant. All the root server operators are using it now, but scaling is costly, and there is, of course, the concept of denial of service against root servers, and it will only scale so far. So in order to be completely safe, hyperlocal is one solution. Currently, there is no vendor that by default enables hyperlocal as a default solution. Every root server implementation, every resolver implementation currently is shipped with root hints. And that's fine. In the future, that may change, but currently hyperlocal is a bit brittle to deploy if you don't know what you're doing as a resolver operator. So in the future, it might become more stable. We might have ZoneMD. We might have a root zone deployment system, etc., etc. Currently, I recommend that you would rely on the root hints in your resolver. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, and then another question. It may happen that I'll call them Hyperloop DNS providers. They may appear and more and more DNS traffic will be locked on them. Is it useful in terms of stability of different internet segments? Wouldn't it lead to decentralization, a DNS decentralization of the internet?
That's a great question. That's a really good question. So as long as the zone file, the root zone file, is not, as long as you keep the integrity of the root zone file, that basically means that everyone still uses the actual root zone, and that's an important concept. Traffic itself will indeed be more fragmented, but it's already very, very fragmented. As you know, there are 13 root letters, 13 host names for the root zone. There are 12 organizations, there are 26 IP addresses, 13 IPv4, 13 IPv6. But there are thousands and hundreds, if not thousands, different Anycast instances that will serve that root zone for you. So in a sense, that traffic is already very fragmented. This is yet another step to improve integrity and to improve the query latency. But you're right, it reduces the telemetry, so it is less obvious who is using which Anycast instance, etc., etc. Now that information is actually only interesting for the root server operators who want to see where they need to deploy the next instance. But yeah, it's less. It doesn't mean it's more fragmented in a root zone kind of way, in a political kind of way. Not at all. The root zone is still the root zone. It's still an atomic thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roy. And our next speaker is Carlos Hernandez Gannon, the senior specialist of ICANN OCTO. He'll talk on latency in RDAP services.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be. Thank you for the kind introduction and to make the opportunity for me to talk in TLDCON. So also thank you to the organizers. We are a bit behind the schedule, so I'm going to try to cover really fast the work that we have done regarding the performance of the deployed registration data access protocol. So the agenda that I have for my talk is quite straightforward. First, I'm going to do a really short introduction about the context of this research, and then I will move towards the research itself. So just to give a bit of context to the audience, for those who are not familiar with registration data, right? So when the internet was created, there were only a few machines. So it was not really necessary because everybody knew who was responsible for what. But once the internet started scaling up, and that was already in the early 80s, it was necessary to know who is responsible for a given internet identifier. And this could be already IP addresses or domain names. And this was the origin of the WHOIS protocol, right? So this is the de facto standard that we are using now for more than 35, 40 years to actually retrieve registration data. Of course, at the start, the users of the registration data was basically ARPANET users. So these were really technical people who really didn't need to have a standardized format or who didn't need to have many more details in the registration data because for them it was obvious. But as we all know, the internet scaled up quite fast. And this meant that now we don't have only really technical users of registration data, but we also have different stakeholders that during their daily operations need to access this data. And these go from legal people, lawyers, law enforcement, and also cybersecurity researchers, but of course, registrars and registers. So as I mentioned, WHOIS was the de facto protocol to access data. But of course, because the internet changed, there were some limitations on the way the original WHOIS protocol was standardized by the IETF and the current usage that is being done when you need to retrieve registration data. I'm not going to go into the details of all the limitations of WHOIS, but basically the main limitations were linked to the lack of security and also to the lack of a standardized output format. So there were several alternatives to WHOIS that has been proposed over the last 20 years. It started basically with the different regional internet registries who in 2018, 2011, they already proposed some extensions of WHOIS, but it was not till 2015 when the IETF actually standardized what is now considered to be the successor of WHOIS, and this is RDAP, the Registration Data Access Protocol. So basically, the aim of this research that we did within the Office of the CTO in ICANN was to understand, okay, so it was standardized in 2015, we're in 2021, what is the status of the RDAP services that are currently being deployed? So RDAP had many more benefits in contrast to WHOIS, basically because it was already designed having in mind security and having in mind that the internet is now a complex ecosystem with different types of users, with different types of needs. So here we have a short list of the main benefits. The first one is basically the output is standardized. This means that instead of having a text that it was basically the output of the WHOIS protocol, now we have a JSON formatted out. This means that it's easier to actually look through the answer and extract the fields regarding the registration data that you want to retrieve. It also supports for internationalization. This means that it's not only for English speakers. RDAP actually allows you to put any type of language and any type of dialect or anything there. It also has two main benefits regarding the way it starts and the way it's able to find the authoritative server. So it has the bootstrapping phase where, thanks to the IANA, we are able to locate quite efficiently where the registration data is located and how to find it. And finally, which is also one of the most important parts, it provides certain level of security, right? At least it has a secure channel, and also it provides access control. So as I mentioned, the goal of our research was to figure it out, what is the performance of the services that are already deployed. And here on the slide, what you see on the left is a query using WHOIS for a domain name, and on the right, the same query using RDAP. So we are basically trying to retrieve information for the same domain name on the left using WHOIS and on the right using RDAP. And as you can see already by visually comparing these traffic flows, WHOIS needs way less round trip times than RDAP, right? So RDAP, because it has to negotiate a secure channel because of the TLS, basically takes around, in this case, 300 milliseconds, 387, while in the case of WHOIS, it was only 80. So this is one order of magnitude higher in terms of response time. So now that I'm done with the introduction, let's move to the research that we did. So we know, because the GTLD reports back this to ICANN, and this is public information, there are billions of WHOIS queries per month, right? And this is what you can see there in the plot. Basically, every single GTLD has their own RDAP service, but also the WHOIS, and they are reporting this number of queries per month. We see a drop, right? So if you look at the graph here at the last part of 2019, at the start of 2020, there is a drop in the number of WHOIS queries. But our question was, okay, so there is a drop of WHOIS queries, but there are still billions of queries per month. Why people are not using RDAP? So of course, there are different hypotheses of why people wouldn't be using RDAP. It could be that they already have their tools for WHOIS, but we wanted to know what is the performance of these RDAP services. In order to do that, we set up a monitoring infrastructure. So we have 10 different vantage points distributed across the world. And every 5 minutes, we executed a query against all publicly known RDAP services. After we launched the query, these were domain queries, we recorded the time that it takes to get a response. So basically, like any normal user of RDAP, we executed a query, we stored the response, and we measured how long it took to retrieve this response. And we did this with 10 different vantage points. So these basically are the main results. So after 1 month of monitoring all the RDAP services that were deployed, we executed 10 million queries. And what we saw is basically 95% of all queries were responded under 3 seconds. However, there were big differences depending on the RDAP service. There were some RDAP services that were able to respond within milliseconds. However, there were other RDAP services that they took several minutes to get the response. So basically, this is what you see there in the CDF. There are big differences, being the RARs, the ones that on average provide the fastest RDAP service, followed by the registries, the GTLDs, and follow in the end by the registers. So if we compare the response time of the generic TLDs versus the country level TLDs, what we saw is basically the services that are currently being provided by the CCTLDs, the RDAP services, are a bit slower than the services provided by the GTLDs on average. So you can see there in the table, but also in the box plot, the average time that it takes for a GTLD to respond to an RDAP query is around 800 milliseconds. However, for CCTLDs, the average was almost double, right? So it took twice the amount of time for a CCTLD server to actually reply to our RDAP queries than for the GTLDs. Of course, not all the CCTLDs had, at the moment of this experiment, they had deployed the RDAP services. So we only evaluated the 13 CCTLDs that you see there, but these were basically the aggregated results. We wanted to know more about these differences. We wanted to know how this difference across the different operators of the RDAP services could be explained. So we look at 4 different factors. The first factor that we look at was the vantage points. As I mentioned, we had 10 different vantage points from which we realized we carry out the different measurements. And here we have the results. What we can see here is basically the queries that are executed from the same region where the RDAP service is deployed get faster responses. Just to give you an example, if we are running an RDAP query from Brazil against the LACNIC RAR RDAP service, we'll get a really fast reply. However, if we launch the same query, instead from Brazil, from Europe, against the same RDAP service, this response can take up to 2 or 3 times the same amount of time. So this is basically what we can see here in the yellow box, right? So just by comparing the yellow to the green, we see that the queries that are executed outside the region where the RDAP service is supposed to be operating, it always takes way more time. The only exception was the LACNIC RAR, because they have deployed their RDAP service using the cloud. So it's distributed. Here, the green and the yellow box plot are almost the same. The second factor that we look at was basically the impact of the response size. What we saw is like the RDAP response size could change quite a lot. So there are some services whose response was up to 122 kilobytes, while most of them were below 10 kilobytes. However, we didn't see any correlation. So we didn't see any correlation between the size and the time that it takes to download the response. The third factor that we looked into was the IP type, the source IP address type. Basically, we launched the same queries using IPv4 and exactly the same query using IPv6. And as you can see here in the results, IPv6 on average was a bit faster than IPv4, right? Here you also see it in the box plot. This was, again, not statistically significant, but there was a slight difference comparing queries run over IPv6, a bit faster than those queries run over IPv4. And finally, we also wanted to see what is the overhead introduced by the fact that RDAP is using HTTPS, while WHOIS was using just text transfer. So we quantify the overhead of having to establish this secure connection, right? And this can be seen here in the orange part of these bars. This is basically the time that it took for the TLS handshake to happen. In total, what we saw is like this can add up to 20 to 40% of the response time, right? So this was an important finding because moving from WHOIS to RDAP means that just because we are using HTTPS, the latency is going to increase because we have to set up a secure channel. So we have to negotiate the cipher. Finally, part of the research was also to compare WHOIS versus RDAP. And what we can see here in the CDF, in the community distribution function, is like WHOIS was on average 2 times faster than RDAP. This basically means that if we run a query for a domain name or an IP address using RDAP, on average, it would take twice the amount of time to retrieve the registration data that if we just use the traditional old WHOIS. So in conclusions, basically, the RDAP services that are already deployed, they work. They are able to respond within a few seconds, at least 95% of them. However, there are certain factors that do affect the performance. The type of operator, the fact that RIRs are a bit faster than TLDs and a bit faster in the registrars can affect, and also the geolocation from which the query is being executed. We also showed that it was faster to use WHOIS than RDAP, and this was basically the result that I wanted to share with you today. As my colleague Roy mentioned before, you have all the details in our Octo document series that you can check there. Roy's was number 27, mine is number 24, but you can find all the details of this research there. Thank you, and if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to address those.
Thank you very much, Carlos. And yes, we received a question from the floor. What do you think? How soon RDAP is going to replace WHOIS? And do you think a case when RDAP and WHOIS run in parallel, is it a viable, sustainable case?
That's a really good question. Actually, from ICANN, we are considering the transition from WHOIS to RDAP. We know that there are lots of stakeholders, starting with law enforcement, that they already have their methods and they already have their own scripts to retrieve data using traditional WHOIS. So from ICANN perspective, we have to take into account that we cannot just shut down completely WHOIS. So there's going to be this transition period where both protocols are going to coexist. However, we do envision that because RDAP provides certain security and certain better kind of accuracy of the data, not the content, but the fact that it's in JSON format makes it easier to retrieve. So our vision there is basically for the next few years, there's going to be still WHOIS services running while RDAP is still getting deployed. The way we are seeing right now the deployment is basically RDAP services are being built on top of WHOIS. This means that basically they are feeding from the same database. The only change is the protocol.
Thank you very much. And now let's go back to the topic of DNS. Our next speaker is Pavel Khramtsov. He is in charge of DNS projects at MSK-IX, and his presentation is concerned with DNS value and how to get more value out of DNS. You know that there are 3 types of lies, blatant lies, and statistics. Pavel, over to you. Well, I will not be discussing DNS statistics. Rather, I'll talk about domain statistics, because DNS statistics is just part of the story that you call statistics built on domain names. Even in this Mark Twain's quote, we read that, well, he starts this, the whole phrase starts with, even if I do it myself. You know, it all boils down to who is the source of your information, who supplies the data. You've got a customer and a contractor, and usually statistics comes from the contractor. So the question is, can we trust the data? Is the data reliable? It's a big question. If you want to have reliable statistics, you should have several sources, and it would be best if one of these sources is independent. Let's go back to the history of the matter. Zuknik.com provided the statistics in the year 2000. Now they don't have it on their website, but the Internet Archive is an amazing resource. Anything can be found there. This is quite an interesting story of how .com was growing over a relatively short period of time. This data probably you can find even more remote data, but probably in the public domain, that was the first time when the statistic was presented. And the statistic reflected the growth of what is known today as internet use, internet consumption. But when the .com started growing and the web started expanding, I think that this is the time when we can start counting the years of the industry itself. This is when the industry was born. VeriSign produces this industrial brief, and there where you can find statistical data. .ru is covered, and it's in the top 10 of these TLD, not even ccTLDs, but TLD domains. But .com, you see, .com was where we are today back in 1999. And we can't expect to be as big as .com even in 20 years' time. Well, just because we are not all of the world, we shouldn't even aspire to these results. I'm saying this to tell you that sometimes numbers are confusing. Don't take the numbers at their face value. And another thing, what's growing, what's falling, this is also statistics from a VeriSign report. These numbers telling the story of the declining registrations, for instance, or growing registrations in a particular quarter. You may think that we are looking at big numbers, 2.8 million, but in percentage terms and relative terms, this is a statistical error. This is less than 1%. Well, actually, I told history for a reason. In the past, it was a matter of curiosity. Now, the number of users, the different categories of users who need the data, who require this number or another number, is quite big. On the slide, I'm listing just some of them, 10 big categories. I decided to make this kind of a top 10. Investors, regulators, law enforcement, they need their own numbers, but the numbers that they're looking for are quite specific, quite special. But as to the rest of us, regular people, laymen probably are not concerned with the statistics. What matters to them is it's working or it's not working. It's slowing down, they complain. The last 2 weeks, we've been observing some slowdown. And unfortunately, I mean, people are not regular users are discussing these latencies, but the more advanced users for whom speed, privacy, and reliability matters. Here you can see public resolvers and their latencies, the time of response, the averages for the world. But if you select Africa instead of all of the world, Cloudflare probably will feature on the list, but Google will go beyond 100 milliseconds, and Yandex will disappear from this list altogether. So the question is, who measures and how people measure? People were talking about it in the previous presentation. Latency depends very much on the vantage point and the processing unit geolocation. So you have to remember, looking at these numbers, that this is well, it's not a trick really, but you have to understand how it works to be able to interpret the data, or say performance, right? You can count service availability. You can measure it, and we see that 5 nines are not reached by none of the service. No one offers a 5.9 kind of service availability, reliability. It's a curious fact, and the customers, the clients, will soon start demanding a much greater service availability. We'll have to give them an answer. Privacy. Sasha Venedyukhin spoke about that. In RDAP, it was also mentioned. This is information from Wikipedia. This is these are the public services that provide DOH that you can use to protect, to secure the last mile. When people say it's free access, no blockings there, but take a closer look at Cloudflare. There are blockings in different regions for different users. It's done differently, and the source is listed at the bottom of the slide. In the corporate segment, when you are providing a service or a product to the corporate user, there the requirements are different. As soon as you go to you become telecom, people will start demanding much more of you in terms of your latencies, availabilities, and other parameters. Here you can see statistics for .ru and .ref, but virtually any state-of-the-art system that provides DNS services, bind is here, NSD. If it's a resolver, bound or bind, called DNS resolver recursive, there isn't much difference between the products apart from the dashboards and statistics and how they integrate into or with the customers' statistics system, so that all the incidents and events seen by the persons on duty would be displayed on the shared dashboard. Apart from DNS, or if you have a DNS service, you have to monitor your hardware. It's not news, the products are standard. Here we are talking about the bind monitoring. You must know the health of your service, the temperature, the memory, CPU, I mean, all of this. And all of this is included into the DNS service statistics dashboard. It's an integral part. If you take RFC, a very old RFC, that lists all the statistics that should be provided to the client, you'll see the top 10 are technological parameters. The number of queries, types of queries, errors, responses. Another user of statistics is a registry. Every registry promotes itself, including new TLDs. But other TLDs are interested in those statistics, and they're keeping track of registrations, renewals, delegations by year. This is an indicator of the livelihood of the zone, and it's an indicator that it's in demand, that people want it. So this statistical data is provided, but of course they're provided not only as graphs or table. Even the German registry allows you to see the distribution of domains in this geographical breakdown. StatDom has a similar feature. It's just that they're not showing such a beautiful maps there. That's why I decided to borrow this illustration from the German colleagues. Another important thing for the registries is the zone reputation. How much phishing, malware, and spam is in the zone, how it's tracked in dynamics, what prevails, what's falling, what's rising. This whole thing, the reputation recently, of course, it correlates directly with security, the security of the websites and of the emails. But what matters even more here is this cooperation between the registries, registrars, competent authorities. It is a way to really provide evidence and documents at the request of ICANN or other registries. It's a way to protect yourself if a registry doesn't have the reputation service. If a registry doesn't maintain it, of course, it's very bad, and the registry will not be able to respond to any complaints or claims. Registrars, of course, have the same statistics as registries are keeping, but they are also keeping statistics on something else. For instance, who is history? We've just been discussing RDAP and who is, and it's clear that registrars, that register domain names, that participate in auctions or that represent auctions, that have or represent domain marketplaces that catch the dropped domains. Of course, they have statistics. They must have it in order to persuade their clients that they are a reasonable counterparty, that they are competent and professional. But of course, I mean, the most basic motive of human activity is money. It has always been money. And hence, we have another category of the users of DNS statistics, squatters. This is ancient history, really. In the year 2000, as of the 5th of December, you see this page which lists the main holders of domain names, the main registrants. This is, you know, if you take the CEDAW data, different zones, the prices, the fluctuation in prices, it gives you a good idea. If you're participating in the auction, every auction has a listed price, there is an auction step. I mean, you can always refer to the statistics. It will guide you in your decision making. And the last category of the statistics users are researchers. Scientists, academicians. There is this entity, Kaido. Since DNS appeared, they keep measuring different parameters of DNS, round trip times, latencies, response time, and other technical parameters, the telemetry that was mentioned here already. And they continue their operations. You go to the Kaido website, you'll see that DNS for them is an important focus of their attention. Besides, there is technical people with a research streak to them. APNIC, this is what I found in Houston. It's an interesting chart. It's about most recent attacks. We keep discussing Yandex and threats to the banks. But if you look at DNS threats, they too are quite substantial. Cloudflare and Google are here on the list with those loads. And the context of this picture is what will happen to DNS if these attacks succeed, although the mechanism of the attack is not probably related to the DNS. Marketing people, another category of researchers, subcategory rather. This is an illustration that I borrowed from the Russian Association of Electronic Communications. That's the size of the industry, all the billions of rubles. Where are these rubles? I wonder. I don't know. Maybe the coordination center will explain who are these people making all that money on domains. Or RIAC, the Russian Association of Electronic Communications. Where did they find these numbers? But in any case, this is the data that drives many of the government decisions and programs. And this is quite curious and makes you think, is this data reliable? Are people sharing the data responsibly? And this is an amateurish thing. Really, Alexander Venedyukhin is a pro. But as an amateur myself, this is Houston's graph response time, a comparison for different DNS protocols. It has value in itself, I think, and if Sasha Alexander decides to do a similar research for StatDom, I will publish a similar report for RuleNet. Everyone will be very happy. That's it. We need DNS statistics. The more statistics, the better. The varied, the better. The important thing is it shouldn't depend on a single source. The statistics should be verified by independent sources. And second opinions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Pavel, for the presentation. And we received several questions. We know that MSK-IX has its own resolver. And you have a high-load DNS solution. The question is, do you have plans or have you already probably executed a hyperlocal technology? We have it at our resolver, yes. It's implemented. RFC 706, the 8806 RFC, it's not a new document, in fact. So yeah, we have it. Anyone can do it. And MSK-IX has done it. Okay, and we received a question from the audience, and I think the question should be addressed to Andrei Kolesnikov. what is the role of internet exchanges for IoT market, in the IoT market? Well, it's the same role that internet exchanges play for other types of users. Internet exchanges shorten the route, they optimize the route, they reduce latencies between the nodes. It's the same. There are also special exchanges which are not internet exchanges, but they are IoT exchanges. It's a new trend in the West when industrial data can be shared, but it's a different level, it's a different story altogether. So there are specialized internet exchanges, right? There are exchanges rather dedicated to data sharing. Yeah, industrial data exchange. They're called industrial data exchanges. It's a new thing. What about DOA? Do they use DOA? No, they don't use DOA, unfortunately. Okay, thank you very much. We don't have any questions. Okay, colleagues, we are going to close the session. We hope that you enjoyed it. And we also hope that the conference organizers will uphold the tradition and they will include a technical section to the agendas of the upcoming events. Thank you for being with us. And we will have one last quick session to close the conference. Good afternoon, dear friends. And now it is time to officially close the 14th International Conference for CCTLD registries and registrars of the CIS Central and Eastern Europe. What can I say in conclusion? Elena Voronina has just asked the organizing committee to make sure that next year and during other subsequent conferences we have a technical session in the agenda. We saw that our 230 attendees, actually more than 230. Today we received several more registrations. They all specialize in their own topic, and it's only logical that we are not organizing the conference in several parallel sessions, but in a stream of sessions, so that you can compile your own program and attend the sessions that are most relevant to you. The online format enabled us to attract extremely wonderful speakers. We couldn't have counted on their presence offline, but probably in the future the events will be hybrid, online, offline, both. And many of the speakers in the studio were joking, saying that they feel like TV stars. Yeah, it does look like a TV star a little bit, a TV studio here a little bit. Anyway, if you would like to refresh your memory with the content of this conference. Very soon, the TLDCON will be publishing all the presentations and the videos from different presentations and sessions. Of course, there will be a photo report. All of this will be coming very shortly. But what is really important is feedback. You know that the program committee starts working, the program committee of the next conference starts working the day that the current conference finishes. So we ask you kindly to submit your proposals and ideas if you'd like to be a member of the program or of the organizing committee of TLDCON. Please write to us to the Coordination Center. We'll be very happy to get your support, and we will definitely include you on this or that committee. Our conference has several traditions, and one of them is the tradition that we've been maintaining for the past 10 years. It's a short video, a movie at the end of the conference that gives you an idea of how the 2 working days of the conference passed. So I suggest that we keep to this tradition, and probably, again, the videos will not be as vivid and eye-catching as the videos that were showed during offline events when we had an opportunity to go on tour, when we enjoyed lively evenings, but still, there is something worth reviewing during this conference as well. Let's take a look. Very well, and this is how we will remember the 14th TLDCON. I want to thank all our speakers, and a big thank you to our general partner, the Coordination Center, and to the Moscow Internet Exchange. I also wanted to say that usually at the end of the conference, we would name the place, the country, and the city for the next event. But as you well understand, because of the pandemic, we can't be certain of anything, and therefore will not be disclosing the venue, and we will be in violation of this tradition of the conference. We received several applications, actually several invitations from Russia, from Central Asia, from Europe, and unfortunately, we will put them on hold, and perhaps we'll have to wait until summer 2022 to decide decide, depending on what the epidemic situation is, where the next conference will be taking place. But we'll stay in touch. Thank you for being with us during these 2 days. Thank you for asking your questions. And please don't hesitate to join the organizing committee or the program committee of this conference. See you next time, dear friends, and take care.